Welcome, dear friends, to an enchanting evening of relaxation and tranquility. As we gather here in this cozy corner, remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. We're truly grateful for your presence and for choosing to spend your time with us. As the perfect season unfolds, there's no better time to indulge in calming stories that gently guide us to serenity. May these tales cradle you into a restful sleep and lead you to a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a realm where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, there lived a young girl named Luna. She possessed a gift that set her apart from others, the ability to enter the hidden realm of the Dreamweavers, where every night was a canvas upon which wondrous adventures unfolded. Luna's journey began one dreary afternoon as she sought refuge from a sudden downpour in the dusty attic of her family's old countryside manor. The rain drummed rhythmically against the roof, a soothing melody that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories, a heady mix that filled her lungs as she climbed the creaking stairs. The attic was a treasure trove of mementos, a haven for relics of bygone days. As she explored its forgotten corners, her fingers brushed against a peculiar object that glowed softly in the dim light. It was an ancient book, its cover etched with symbols that seemed to shift and dance as if alive. The pages were adorned with intricate illustrations of mystical creatures and enchanted landscapes, each more captivating than the last. As she traced her fingers over the weathered parchment, a warm glow emanated from the book, enveloping her in a golden light. In the blink of an eye, Luna found herself transported to a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees with trunks as thick as buildings surrounded her, their branches adorned with glistening leaves that shimmered like diamonds in the moonlight. The air was crisp and filled with the sound of rustling leaves, a gentle symphony that harmonized with the distant call of night creatures. Beneath her feet, a carpet of vibrant wildflowers stretched as far as the eye could see, their petals swaying in a gentle breeze that carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle. As Luna marveled at her surroundings, a melodic voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the Realm of Reverie." She turned to see an ethereal figure approach, their form seemingly woven from strands of stardust. "I am Celeste, the Dreamweaver, and this is the place where dreams take flight." Celeste had eyes that sparkled like the evening star, and a presence that exuded both wisdom and warmth. She explained that Luna had been chosen to embark on a quest, a journey that would not only reveal the secrets of the Dreamweavers, but also unlock the hidden potential within herself. With a wave of her hand, Celeste summoned a glimmering satchel, adorned with intricate symbols. "This is the Dreamcatcher, a magical artifact that will guide you through the realms of dreams. Use it wisely, for within its depths lie the keys to unlocking the mysteries that await." Clutching the Dreamcatcher close, Luna set forth on her quest, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and anticipation. Her first stop was the Meadow of Memories, a vast expanse where every blade of grass whispered stories of the past. Here she met a wise old oak tree named Willow, whose branches served as a sanctuary for a vibrant community of woodland creatures. Willow's voice was deep and resonant, carrying the weight of centuries. He regaled Luna with tales of friendship and courage, recounting the adventures of a courageous rabbit named Thumper and his faithful companion, a mischievous squirrel named Nutkin. Together, they had braved treacherous storms, outwitted cunning predators, and forged an unbreakable bond that transcended species. As Luna listened, enraptured by the stories, the Dreamcatcher began to glow, revealing a path that led deeper into the realm. Following its guidance, she found herself in the mist-shrouded forest, where the very air seemed to shimmer with magic. The mist clung to her skin like a cool, ethereal veil, and the forest was alive with the soft rustle of unseen creatures. Here she encountered a trio of mischievous sprites, Zephyr, Ember, and Ripple, who delighted in playing harmless pranks on unsuspecting travelers. Initially wary of Luna, the sprites soon warmed to her kind spirit and became her trusted companions, guiding her through the forest's twisting paths. Together, they uncovered hidden glades where the flora and fauna defied the laws of nature, and Luna marveled at the sight of singing blossoms and glowing mushrooms that danced beneath the dappled moonlight. Each glade was a world unto itself, a microcosm of beauty and wonder that left Luna breathless with awe. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Luna and her newfound friends stumbled upon a curious mystery, a series of ancient runes etched into the bark of towering trees. The Dreamcatcher pulsed with energy, sensing the significance of these markings, and Luna realized that deciphering their meaning was the key to unlocking the next phase of her quest. The runes spoke of a forgotten prophecy, one that foretold the arrival of a Dreamweaver who would mend the fractured bonds between dreams and reality. Luna's heart skipped a beat as she realized that she was the one foretold in the ancient texts. With the help of the sprites and their playful riddles, Luna slowly unraveled the secrets of the runes, unlocking the path to the crystalline caverns. Here, a breathtaking underground world of glittering gemstones and luminous pools awaited, each facet reflecting the wondrous dreams of those who slumbered in the waking world. The air was cool and filled with the sound of water cascading over crystal formations, a gentle lullaby that echoed through the caverns. Luna gazed in awe at the towering crystal formations, their surfaces shimmering with visions of fantastical adventures and heartwarming tales. It was then that she realized the true power of dreams, their ability to inspire, to heal, and to bring hope even in the darkest of times. As she explored the caverns, Luna encountered a kindly old hermit named Arcanus, a master of the dreamscape. His eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages, and his voice was a soothing balm to her weary spirit. He revealed that the Dreamweavers were guardians of the realm, tasked with nurturing the dreams of all living beings and ensuring that the delicate balance between dreams and reality remained intact. Arcanus took Luna under his wing, teaching her the ancient arts of dream manipulation and guiding her through the intricate tapestry of the dreamscape. With each lesson, Luna felt herself growing stronger, her connection to the realm deepening as she learned to harness the power of her imagination. Yet, even as her knowledge grew, Luna sensed a looming threat, a dark force that sought to corrupt the very essence of dreams, twisting them into nightmares that would plague the waking world. Arcanus warned her of the Shadow Weaver, a malevolent entity that had once been a Dreamweaver, but had succumbed to the lure of power, seeking to control the dreams of others for its own nefarious purposes. Armed with the Dreamcatcher and the wisdom imparted by Arcanus, Luna set out to confront the Shadow Weaver, her heart filled with determination to protect the sanctity of the dreamscape. Her journey led her through treacherous landscapes where twisted visions lurked in every shadow, testing her resolve and her newfound abilities. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Luna found herself in the Realm of Echoes, a place where the fears of the heart manifested as tangible specters. The air was thick with tension, and the shadows seemed to whisper her deepest insecurities. Here she was forced to confront her own insecurities, the fear of failure, the burden of expectations, and the loneliness that often accompanied her unique gift. It was a test of inner strength, and as Luna faced these shadows, she felt the Dreamcatcher pulsating with warmth, empowering her to rise above her doubts. In the depths of the Nightmare Realm, Luna faced her greatest challenge, the Shadow Weaver itself, a formidable foe whose very presence threatened to unravel the fabric of dreams. In a titanic clash of wills, Luna wielded the Dreamcatcher like a beacon, its light cutting through the darkness and exposing the Shadow Weaver's true form, a tortured soul consumed by fear and insecurity. With compassion and understanding, Luna reached out to the Shadow Weaver, offering not condemnation but empathy. She wove a tapestry of hope and healing, reminding the fallen Dreamweaver of the beauty and wonder that dreams could bring. In that moment, the Shadow Weaver's defenses crumbled, and a transformation began to take place. The darkness that had once consumed it dissipated, revealing a glimmer of light that grew brighter with each passing moment. The Shadow Weaver had been redeemed, reborn as a Dreamweaver once more, its mission now one of restoration and renewal. As dawn broke in the waking world, Luna found herself back in the attic, the ancient book resting in her lap. She smiled, for she knew that her journey had only just begun, a journey of self-discovery, friendship, and the infinite possibilities that dreams could bring. From that day forward, Luna's dreams were filled with wondrous adventures, each one a tapestry woven from the threads of her experiences in the realm of reverie. And whenever she felt lost or afraid, she would clutch the dreamcatcher close, its gentle glow reminding her of the power that lay within, the power to shape her own destiny, one dream at a time. But Luna's adventures were not confined to the realm of dreams alone. As she returned to the waking world, she began to notice subtle changes in her surroundings. The manor's gardens, once overgrown and untended, now flourished with life, as if the magic of the Dreamweavers had seeped into the soil. Flowers of every hue bloomed in vibrant clusters, their fragrance wafting through open windows, inviting Luna to explore further. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she ventured into the gardens one sunny morning and discovered a hidden path winding through the foliage. The path led her to a secluded glen, where a small pond mirrored the azure sky above. Here, she met an enigmatic figure named Seraphina, a guardian of the natural world who had watched over the manor's lands since time immemorial. Seraphina's presence was as serene as the pond's still waters, her hair cascading like a waterfall of silver moonlight. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of how the dreams Luna had shaped in the Dreamweaver realm could inspire and manifest changes in the waking world. Luna listened, enraptured, as Seraphina shared tales of the land's history, of how each creature and plant played a role in the delicate balance of nature. Inspired by Seraphina's wisdom, Luna realized that her journey was more than just an exploration of dreams. It was a call to nurture the world around her, to bridge the gap between dreams and reality. With newfound purpose, she began to engage the people of the nearby village, sharing her knowledge and encouraging them to reconnect with the land. Through her efforts, the village thrived, becoming a beacon of harmony where dreams and reality coexisted. Luna's legacy grew, as did her understanding of the infinite tapestry of life, each thread woven from the dreams of countless souls. And so Luna continued to dream, her heart a vessel for the stories of both realms, ever guided by the gentle glow of the Dreamcatcher and the unwavering spirit of the Dreamweavers. Story 2. The Whispering Woods and the Luminescent Compass. In a small, timeless village nestled between the embrace of rolling hills and the wide sweep of the azure sky, there was a secret few knew. This village, with its cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, lay at the very edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest as ancient as the earth itself. It was said to harbor a myriad of mysteries, not least of which was a hidden world that revealed itself only to the pure of heart. The air in the village carried a unique fragrance, a blend of blooming lavender from the surrounding fields and the crisp, earthy scent wafting from the woods. Birds with vibrant plumage sang melodious tunes, their notes weaving through the air like a gentle lullaby. Amidst this harmony, the villagers went about their daily lives, unaware of the ancient secrets lying just beyond the tree line. Among the villagers, there lived a young lad named Rowan. Rowan was of a gentle nature, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had a curious mind and an unyielding spirit, but more than anything, he possessed an unusual ability, an innate knack for understanding the subtle whispers of nature. The rustle of leaves, the murmur of brooks, and the call of the wind spoke to Rowan in ways words could not. His affinity with nature was a gift he cherished, though few understood it. Even as a child, Rowan could often be found sitting quietly beneath the village's ancient oak, listening intently to the stories the wind carried. It was here he learned to distinguish the different voices within the breeze, the gentle sigh of leaves in spring, the sharp chatter of autumn gusts, and the soft, mournful lament of winter winds. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and rose, Rowan sat by the edge of the Whispering Woods. His heart was light, filled with the melody of the day. It was then he noticed something peculiar, a soft, luminescent glow emanating from beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued. He brushed aside the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved compass. It was unlike any compass he had seen before. Its needle shimmered not with the mundane magnetism of north and south, but with a gentle, ethereal light that danced like fireflies on a summer's eve. Rowan felt a strange connection to this compass, as if it recognized him, understood him. Holding it close, he noted that its needle didn't sway towards a cardinal direction, but instead pointed into the depths of the whispering woods. The air was filled with a sweet, earthy scent, and a soft breeze carried the whispers of ancient secrets. Compelled by an unseen force, Rowan decided to follow where the compass led. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the world around him transformed. The trees grew taller, their branches entwining like the fingers of old friends, sharing a secret. The path before him was lit by the compass's glow, casting a warm, comforting light. The deeper Rowan journeyed, the more vibrant the forest became. The leaves shimmered in shades of emerald, and the flowers that dotted the forest floor glowed with a luminescence of their own, illuminating his path with a kaleidoscope of colors. Birds with plumage as brilliant as rainbows flitted through the canopy, their songs a symphony of wonder and welcome. Rowan's heart swelled with awe and a sense of belonging he had never before felt. Here in this hidden world, he sensed the interconnectedness of all things. The trees, the creatures, the very air itself whispered stories of harmony and unity. As Rowan pressed on, he came upon a glistening pond, its surface as smooth as a polished mirror. He paused to gaze at his reflection, and in that moment the water shimmered and rippled, revealing a figure, a gentle, elderly woman with eyes like stars and a smile as warm as the sun. "Welcome, young Rowan," she spoke, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Elysia, the guardian of this hidden realm. You have been chosen to witness the magic of the Whispering Woods, a gift given to few. This compass you hold is a guide, leading you not to destinations but to understanding." Rowan felt a rush of warmth and gratitude. "What is it that I must understand?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. Elysia's gaze was kind. "In this world, as in your own, everything is connected by threads of love and friendship. The compass guides those who seek truth, who cherish kindness and wisdom. Your journey here is not just of discovery, but of becoming." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of her words resonate within him. "What must I do, Elysia?" "Listen to the whispers, Rowan. Trust in the path laid before you, for it will lead you to where your heart truly belongs." With a gentle nod, Elysia faded, her image dissolving into the shimmer of the pond. Rowan, now more resolved than ever, turned back to the path. The forest seemed to embrace him, each step echoing with the soft crunch of leaves and the gentle hum of life. As dusk fell, painting the woods in deep blues and purples, Rowan's journey brought him to a clearing where a great ancient tree stood. Its trunk was wide, its branches spreading out like a protective canopy. Beneath its boughs, a gathering of woodland creatures awaited, deer with gentle eyes, rabbits with twitching noses, and birds with feathers of every hue. In the heart of the gathering sat a small, timid fox named Willow. Her fur was a soft russet, and her eyes, though filled with a hint of fear, sparkled with intelligence and kindness. She had been cast out from her den, misunderstood and alone. Rowan knelt beside her, sensing her plight. "Fear not, little one," Rowan spoke softly, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "You are not alone here. We are all friends beneath this sky." Willow looked up, her eyes meeting Rowan's. In that moment, a bond formed, a friendship unexpected, yet as natural as the turning of the seasons. With Rowan's gentle reassurance, Willow found the courage to join the gathering, to be part of the tapestry of life within the Whispering Woods. Time moved gently in this enchanted realm, and with each day, Rowan and Willow grew closer. Together they explored the wonders of the forest, learning its secrets and sharing in its joys. The compass, ever their guide, led them not in straight lines, but in spirals of discovery and growth, teaching them the value of patience and the beauty of the journey. Under the sheltering arms of the ancient tree, Rowan learned the language of the forest, the soft rustle of leaves, the song of the wind, the stories held within the bark of the trees. With Willow by his side, he discovered the importance of trust and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as they sat together watching the stars peek through the canopy, Willow spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feared I would be alone forever, Rowan, but with you, I have found a place where I belong." Rowan smiled, his heart full. "We are all connected, Willow. Our paths may be different, but they lead us to where we are meant to be." As they sat in silence, the compass lay between them, its light a steady glow of comfort and assurance. It was then that Rowan understood. The compass was not just a guide through the forest, but a symbol of the journey within, a journey of the heart. Seasons changed, and with them, Rowan's time in the hidden world drew to a close. The forest, ever wise, whispered its farewell as the compass's glow began to fade, signaling the end of this chapter in Rowan's life. But he left with more than he had come, with friendships forged in kindness, with wisdom gleaned from the whispers of the woods, and with a heart forever open to the wonders of the world. As Rowan emerged from the whispering woods, the village welcomed him back, unchanged, yet somehow richer than before. He carried with him the lessons of his journey, a reminder that true treasure lies not in the destination, but in the journey, in the friendships that light our path, and in the understanding that we are all connected by invisible threads of love and kindness. And so the village remained ever on the edge of the whispering woods, a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, and where the glow of a luminescent compass could lead a young heart to discover the magic within. As Rowan settled back into village life, he found himself often returning to the edge of the whispering woods, his heart yearning for the profound connection he had felt within its bounds. One day, while sitting beneath an ancient oak that stood sentinel at the forest's entrance, he encountered an old friend, Mabel, the village storyteller, known for her vast knowledge of myths and legends. Mabel was a woman of indeterminate age, her hair a cascade of silver that caught the afternoon sun like threads of moonlight. Her eyes, sharp and discerning, held the secrets of many lifetimes. She sat beside Rowan, her presence as comforting as the embrace of the forest itself. "I see the woods have left their mark on you," she said, her voice a soft, knowing murmur. "Tell me, what did you find there?" Rowan shared his tale, the words flowing as naturally as the river they had once sat beside as children. Mabel listened intently, her expression a tapestry of emotions, joy, wonder, and a touch of nostalgia for adventures of her own. "Ah, the compass," Mabel said with a nod. "It is said to choose its bearer, revealing truths that are often hidden from the eyes of the world. You have been blessed, Rowan, to have walked such a path." Rowan pondered her words, the weight of his experiences settling within him like a gentle snowfall. "It has changed me," he admitted. "I see the world in a way I never did before." Mabel smiled, her gaze distant as if seeing beyond the horizon. "The woods have a way of doing that," she said. "They teach us that life is a series of interconnected stories, each thread weaving into the next. What you have learned, Rowan, is the essence of our village's spirit, the understanding that we are part of something greater than ourselves." Inspired by Mabel's words, Rowan felt a renewed sense of purpose. He realized that his journey was not just about his own growth, but about sharing the magic and wisdom of the whispering woods with others. He began to gather the village children by the fireside, recounting tales of his adventures, encouraging them to listen to the whispers of the world around them, to seek out their own paths of wonder and discovery. Yet Rowan's heart held an unfulfilled yearning, a sense of an unfinished chapter. One twilight, as the village settled into the gentle hum of evening, Rowan found himself drawn back to the great oak by the forest's edge. There, with the luminescent compass in hand, he felt the forest calling to him once more, whispering secrets only he could hear. The compass, long dormant, flickered to life, its needle trembling with a newfound urgency. Rowan understood. It was time to return, to delve deeper into the heart of the woods, to uncover the mysteries that lay waiting beyond the veil of his understanding. With a heart both heavy and light, Rowan stepped once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, the compass guiding his path with a steady glow. As he ventured into the depths, the forest seemed to come alive around him, each leaf and branch vibrating with anticipation. In a hidden glen, beneath the silver light of the moon, Rowan found what he sought, a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle luminescence. The air was charged with a sense of sacredness, a connection to the past that transcended time. It was here, in this hallowed space, that Rowan met the spirit of the woods, a presence older than the earth itself, a whisper on the wind that spoke with the voice of the ages. "You have returned, young seeker," the spirit intoned, its voice a melody of rustling leaves and flowing water. "Your journey is one of many, a single thread in the tapestry of this world." Rowan listened, his soul attuned to the wisdom being imparted. "What is my purpose here?" he asked, his voice a reverent whisper. "To be the bridge," the spirit replied, "between the world of men and the heart of the woods. To carry the stories and the truths you have learned, to weave them into the lives of those you touch. This is your gift, Rowan, and your calling." With a heart full of understanding, Rowan accepted his role, the compass in his hand, a symbol of the path he was destined to walk. As he left the glen, the spirit's presence lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the connection that bound him to the forest and to the world beyond. Returning to the village, Rowan embraced his new purpose with open arms. He became a storyteller, a keeper of the ancient truths, sharing the wisdom of the Whispering Woods with all who would listen. His tales inspired generations, igniting the flames of curiosity and wonder in the hearts of young and old alike. And so the legacy of the Whispering Woods lived on through Rowan, through Mabel, and through the stories that wove their way into the hearts of the villagers, binding them together in a tapestry of love, friendship, and endless possibility. The end. Story 3. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled amidst lush meadows and towering oaks, a gentle mist often lingered, as if the morning itself was reluctant to leave. A cobblestone path wound its way through the heart of the village, leading to a small clearing where the villagers would gather. The air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of chirping birds provided a soft melody to accompany their daily lives. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose days were filled with the simple joys of nature. Lila had a mane of golden hair that seemed to capture the sunlight and eyes the color of the deepest forest green. She had an insatiable curiosity about the world, her spirit as free as the breeze that rustled through the trees. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, who often perched on her shoulder as they adventured through the woods surrounding Eldergrove. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold danced in the wind, Lyra and Pip set out on their daily exploration. The villagers often spoke of a hidden grove deep within the forest, a place untouched by time where magic was said to dwell. Lyra, with her heart full of wonder, decided today would be the day they would seek out this hidden world. The air was cool and invigorating as they journeyed further than they had ever gone before. The forest grew denser, the light filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns on the forest floor. The sound of a babbling brook guided their steps until they reached a small clearing, where the sunlight poured down like a spotlight on a single, magnificent tree. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves seemed to glow with an inner light. As Lyra approached, she noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots of the tree, a small, ornate box. It was covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them, depicting scenes of nature and strange symbols that were unfamiliar to her. Lyra knelt down to examine the box, her fingers tracing the cool surface, when suddenly the lid sprang open with a gentle click. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a delicate, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle light. As Lyra touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. "Guardians of the Grove, the time has come for you to discover the magic within." Startled, Lyra looked around, but there was no one else in sight. Pip chittered excitedly, as if understanding the significance of their discovery. The stone felt alive in her hand, its glow growing brighter as if in response to her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of the stone, Lyra decided to seek the guidance of the village elder, a wise and kindly woman named Elder Wynn. With Pip by her side, she made her way back to Eldergrove, her mind swirling with questions and the stone safely tucked in her pocket. Elder Wynn lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden bursting with herbs and flowers. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the scent of lavender wafted through the air as Lyra approached. She found Elder Wynn tending to her garden, her hands deftly pruning a rose bush. "Elder Wynn," Lyra called, her voice a mix of excitement and urgency. "I found something in the forest, something incredible." The elder looked up, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Oh, and what might that be, child?" Lyra produced the stone from her pocket, its light casting a warm glow over the garden. Elder Wynn's eyes widened in recognition, and she motioned for Lyra to follow her inside. The interior of the cottage was warm and inviting, filled with the rich aroma of herbs drying in bunches from the ceiling. Elder Wind gestured for Lyra to sit by the fire, where a pot of tea was simmering gently. "This stone," Elder Wind began, her voice soft and reverent, "is known as the Heart of the Grove. It is a rare and powerful artifact, said to be a gift from the forest spirits themselves. It grants the bearer a glimpse into the hidden world, allowing them to see the magic that dwells within nature." Lyra listened intently, her heart racing with the possibilities that lay before her. "But why did it call out to me?" she asked. Elder Wind smiled, a twinkle of mystery in her eyes. "The heart chooses its guardian, Lyra. It senses a purity of spirit and a deep connection to the natural world. You and Pip have been chosen to protect the grove and keep its magic alive." The weight of the responsibility settled on Lyra's shoulders, but it was a weight she was eager to bear. She felt a sense of purpose, a calling that resonated with every fiber of her being. Over the following days, Lyra and Pip became attuned to the subtle energies of the forest. The heart of the grove revealed hidden paths and secret glades, where the spirits of the trees whispered ancient wisdom, and the air shimmered with magic. Together they learned to listen to the forest, to understand its needs and nurture its growth. One cloudy afternoon, as a gentle rain pattered against the leaves, Lyra and Pip discovered a grove of ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled with age. In the center stood a majestic oak, its branches stretching skyward like a guardian of the forest. At its base, Lyra noticed a small, withered sapling struggling to grow. The heart of the grove pulsed warmly in her hand, and Lyra understood what needed to be done. She knelt by the sapling, her fingers brushing its fragile leaves. The heart's light enveloped them both, and Lyra could feel the sapling's yearning for life, its desire to flourish and reach for the sun. With a gentle determination, Lyra focused her thoughts, channeling the heart's magic into the sapling. Slowly, the withered leaves turned vibrant green, and the slender trunk straightened as if drawing strength from the earth itself. The rain ceased, and a shaft of sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the grove in a golden glow. Pip chirped happily, dancing around the newly rejuvenated sapling as if celebrating its rebirth. Lyra watched in awe as the sapling grew taller, its branches unfurling to join the canopy above. It was a moment of pure magic, a testament to the power of the heart and the life it nurtured. Yet, despite their growing bond, Lyra sensed a disturbance in the forest. As the days turned to weeks, she noticed signs of decay, trees withering, flowers wilting, and the once vibrant songs of birds growing faint. The heart of the grove, usually warm and reassuring, now flickered with a sense of unease. Determined to uncover the cause, Lyra and Pip ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the heart's gentle light. They traveled through misty glades and across babbling brooks until they reached a part of the forest unlike any they had seen before. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, but their leaves were tinged with an unnatural darkness, and a chill hung in the air. It was in this shadowed grove that they encountered a figure cloaked in shadows, a presence that seemed to drain the life from the very earth. The figure turned towards them, and Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the face of a young girl, her features etched with sadness and longing. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice steady yet filled with compassion. The girl looked at Lyra, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and hope. "I am the echo of the grove," she replied, her voice a whisper carried on the wind. "Long ago I was chosen as the guardian, but I was overcome by despair and lost my way. The forest's magic has weakened, and now it calls out for help." Lyra's heart ached for the echo, understanding the burden of her solitude and the pain of her isolation. She stepped forward, offering the heart of the grove. "Together we can restore the balance. Let the magic flow once more." The echo hesitated, her gaze locked on the heart's gentle glow. Slowly she reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone. A warmth spread through the grove as the heart's light enveloped them both, casting away the shadows and breathing life into the forest once more. In that moment, the echo found peace, her form dissolving into a cascade of light that danced through the trees, leaving behind a sense of harmony and renewal. The darkness lifted and the forest sang with the vibrant energy of life reborn. With the balance restored, Lyra and Pip returned to Eldergrove. their hearts filled with gratitude for the journey they had undertaken and the lessons they had learned. The heart of the grove continued to guide them, a symbol of the bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lyra shared her tale with the villagers, inspiring a new generation to cherish and protect the magic of the forest. The grove flourished, its beauty a testament to the power of friendship, compassion, and the enduring spirit of the natural world. One evening, as the sun set over Eldergrove, casting long shadows across the village, Lyra found herself wandering alone through the forest. The heart of the grove was nestled safely in her pocket, its glow a gentle reminder of her connection to the natural world. She walked slowly, taking in the sights and sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the faint, sweet scent of honeysuckle in the air. As she walked, she reflected on her journey, the challenges she had faced, and the growth she had experienced. The heart had not only revealed the magic of the forest, but had also uncovered the magic within herself, a strength and resilience she never knew she possessed. Deep in thought, Lyra found herself at the edge of a shimmering lake, its surface reflecting the stars in the sky above. She knelt by the water, the cool breeze ruffling her hair, and looked at her reflection. The girl staring back was different now, wiser, more aware of the world and her place within it. In that moment, she understood the true gift of the heart of the grove. It was not just a tool to wield magic or protect the forest. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. The forest, the village, and she were all part of a greater whole, each reliant on the other for harmony and balance. Resolved to honor this connection, Lyra rose, feeling the gentle pulse of the heart in her pocket. She turned back towards Eldergrove, her steps light and sure, knowing that her journey was far from over. There would be new challenges to face, new mysteries to unravel, and new friendships to forge. And as she walked, Pip scampering at her side, the forest seemed to hum with life, a steady rhythm that echoed her own. Together, they would continue to protect the grove, nurture its magic, and ensure that its legacy endured for generations to come. As the seasons turned once more, Lyra, now older and wiser, took on the role of a guide for the village children. She often led them through the woods, teaching them the language of the forest and the importance of harmony with nature. The children's laughter filled the air, a joyful chorus that resonated with the spirit of the grove. One day, as they sat beneath the ancient oak in the heart of the grove, Lyra shared the story of the echo with the children. Her words painted vivid pictures of the past, and the children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations alight with wonder. Remember, Lyra concluded, her voice soft yet firm, the grove is a living entity, and we are its caretakers. Its magic is a gift, one that we must protect and nurture, just as it protects and nurtures us. As the children dispersed, their hearts full of newfound purpose, Lyra felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that the future of the grove was in capable hands, and its magic would continue to thrive. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Eldergrove, Lyra stood at the edge of the village, the heart of the grove glowing softly in her hand. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle pulse of the stone and the life of the forest all around her. In that quiet moment, Lyra understood that the true magic of the grove lay not just in its hidden wonders, but in the connections it fostered, between people, nature, and the world beyond. It was a legacy of harmony, one that would endure through every season, every turning of the earth, and every beating of her heart. As Lyra's influence spread, Eldergrove began to change. The villagers, inspired by her tales and teachings, started to see the forest as more than just a backdrop to their lives. They began to engage with it more deeply, organizing seasonal gatherings to celebrate the cycles of nature, planting new trees, and learning the stories of the ancient oaks and the spirits that dwelled within. Lyra found herself at the center of this vibrant community, her role evolving from a guardian to a bridge between the world of the village and the world of the forest. Her home became a beacon for those seeking understanding or solace, a place where wisdom flowed as freely as the tea she brewed for visitors. One particularly bright spring morning, a stranger arrived in Eldergrove, a traveler with a worn satchel and a gaze that held the depth of distant lands. His name was Emrys, a wandering scholar who had heard whispers of the grove's magic. Intrigued by the tales of the heart of the grove, he sought Lyra's guidance to learn more about the mysteries it held. Emrys brought with him not only a thirst for knowledge, but a wealth of stories from other lands, ancient legends of groves like Elder Grove, pockets of magic hidden across the world, each with their own guardian and their own heart. He spoke of a network of these magical places, connected through the earth's very essence, and the importance of their protection in an ever-changing world. His tales fascinated Lyra, igniting a fire of curiosity within her. The realization that Eldergrove was part of a larger tapestry of magic and wonder expanded her understanding of her own role. She, Pip, and Emrys spent countless evenings under the starlit sky, sharing stories and dreams of exploration, of visiting these distant groves and learning from their guardians. With Emrys' help, Lyra began to document the history of Eldergrove, crafting a living archive of its magic and stories. The villagers contributed their own tales, creating a tapestry of experiences that reflected the deep bond between the people and the forest. As the years passed, Lyra's influence continued to grow, her wisdom touching the lives of everyone in Eldergrove and beyond. The village became a sanctuary for those seeking harmony with nature, a place where the magic of the grove thrived and flourished, a beacon of hope and unity in a world that often forgot the delicate balance it rested upon. And so, under Lyra's guidance, Eldergrove endured as a testament to the power of connection, between people, between nature, and between the past and the present. The heart of the grove, nestled safely within its box of shifting carvings, pulsed with a gentle, eternal light, a reminder of the magic that bound them all together. In the years that followed, Eldergrove gained a reputation as a place of healing and enlightenment. Visitors from distant lands came seeking solace and understanding, drawn by the stories of the heart of the grove and the wisdom of its guardian. They marveled at the harmony between the villagers and the forest, inspired by the vibrant life that thrived in every corner of the grove. Among these visitors was a young artist named Alara, who arrived one summer, her heart seeking renewal after a period of creative drought. She found inspiration in the lush landscapes and the timeless wisdom of the grove. With Lyra's encouragement, Alara began to paint, capturing the essence of Eldergrove on her canvas, each stroke bringing the forest's magic to life. Alara's paintings became a testament to the beauty and harmony of the grove, and as they traveled beyond Eldergrove, they carried with them a message of hope and unity. They reminded people of the importance of nurturing their connection with nature, reigniting in them a sense of wonder and respect for the world around them. Lyra watched with pride as the legacy of the heart of the grove continued to grow, spreading far beyond the village's borders. She knew that the magic they had nurtured together would endure, carried in the hearts of those who had experienced its wonder. As the grove flourished under the stewardship of its guardians, the seasons turned, marking the passage of time with their gentle rhythms. Lyra, now an elder in her own right, looked back on her journey with gratitude and love. She understood that her story was one of many, each woven into the tapestry of the grove's history, each a vital part of its enduring magic. And so, as the sun set over Eldergrove, casting a golden glow upon the village and the forest, Lyra stood at the heart of the grove, surrounded by the spirits of the trees and the gentle hum of life. She felt the pulse of the heart in her hand, a familiar warmth that echoed the rhythm of her own heart. In that moment, she knew that the true magic of the grove lay not just in its hidden wonders, but in the connections it had forged, between people, nature, and the timeless spirit of the earth. It was a legacy of harmony, one that would endure through every season, every turning of the earth, and every heartbeat for generations to come. And as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that the magic of Eldergrove would continue to inspire and nurture all those who sought its wisdom, ensuring that the heart of the grove would forever illuminate the path of unity and balance for all who came after. Story 4. Title: The Whispering Willow. In the heart of a serene valley, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. This village, known for its vibrant wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, harbored a secret that was whispered only among the eldest of the elders. The secret concerned the ancient willow tree that stood just beyond the village, its roots stretching deep into the earth and its branches reaching for the stars. The villagers believed that this tree held the power to grant a single wish, a power it could only use once every 100 years. As the story begins, the sun was setting behind the hills, casting a golden glow over the village. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a melody that danced through the breeze. It was then that young Rowan, a boy of gentle heart and curious mind, stood at the edge of the village, gazing at the ancient willow. His mother often told him tales of its magical powers, tales that ignited his imagination and filled his dreams with wonder. Rowan had always been captivated by the stories of the whispering willow. He longed to uncover the mysteries it held, and perhaps even witness its magic firsthand. Despite his youth, Rowan possessed a wisdom beyond his years, and his kindness was known throughout Eldergrove. He was the type of boy who would rescue a fallen bird from the ground, or help an elder carry their groceries without being asked. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Rowan approached the willow tree. The village was quiet, save for the gentle chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The tree's bark was rugged and gnarled, yet its presence was comforting, as if it were an old friend welcoming him into its embrace. Rowan placed his hand on the trunk of the willow, feeling the rough texture beneath his fingers. He closed his eyes and whispered his wish into the night. "I wish to discover the hidden world within our land," he murmured, his voice barely a breath. As he spoke, a soft breeze rustled the leaves, and the tree seemed to sigh, as if acknowledging his request. The next morning, Rowan awoke with a sense of anticipation. He felt a strange pull towards the forest that bordered Eldergrove, a place filled with towering oaks and whispering pines. He had often played at its edge, but had never ventured far beyond the familiar paths. Today, however, felt different. Today, Rowan was determined to explore the depths of the forest and uncover its secrets. As he set off, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting rays of light that danced through the leaves. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of birdsong and rustling foliage. Rowan walked with purpose, his feet guided by an unseen force. The deeper he ventured, the more the forest revealed its wonders. He marveled at the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, their caps glistening like gems. He watched as a family of deer grazed peacefully in a sunlit glade, their eyes gentle and trusting. But it was the discovery of a hidden pathway, overgrown with ivy and framed by ancient stones, that truly captured his attention. Rowan hesitated for a moment, his heart racing with excitement and a hint of fear. But the whisper of the willow echoed in his mind, urging him forward. With a deep breath, he stepped onto the path, feeling the cool earth beneath his feet. The air seemed to shimmer with magic, and the trees whispered secrets to one another as he passed. The path led Rowan to a clearing, where a small, crystal-clear pond lay nestled among the trees. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface. As he approached, he noticed a figure sitting by the water's edge, a young girl with hair as golden as the sun and eyes as blue as the sky. She was weaving a crown of wildflowers, her fingers deftly intertwining the stems. Rowan's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen anyone quite like her before. She looked up as he approached, a smile playing on her lips. "Hello," she said, her voice as soft as a summer breeze. "Hello," Rowan replied, suddenly shy. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was just following the path." The girl laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "You're not intruding. I've been waiting for you." Rowan blinked in surprise. "Waiting for me?" She nodded, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "The willow tree whispered your wish to me. I am Lyra, guardian of the hidden world. And you, Rowan, have been chosen to see what few have ever seen." Rowan felt a thrill of excitement and disbelief. "But how is this possible?" Lyra stood, her crown of wildflowers resting atop her head like a halo. "There is a world within our world, Rowan. A world of magic and wonder, hidden from those who lack the heart to see it. Come, let me show you." With that, Lyra took Rowan's hand and led him to the edge of the pond. As they gazed into the water, the surface began to ripple and shimmer. Slowly an image emerged, a vision of a lush, vibrant landscape teeming with life. There were creatures of every kind, both familiar and fantastical, roaming freely under a sky painted with colors unseen in the ordinary world. Rowan gasped in awe, his eyes wide with wonder. "Is this real?" Lyra nodded, her expression serene. "It is as real as you and I, Rowan. This is the hidden world, a place where magic thrives and dreams come to life." Rowan was entranced by the beauty before him, but a question lingered in his mind. "Why did the willow choose me?" he asked softly. Lyra smiled, her gaze warm and knowing. "Because you have a kind heart, Rowan, and it is the kind-hearted who can see the true wonders of our world." Rowan felt a warmth spread through his chest at her words. He had always believed in the power of kindness, but he had never imagined it could open the door to such magic. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lyra led Rowan through the hidden world. They walked among fields of flowers that glowed with an inner light and trees that sang with the voices of the wind. They played with fireflies that danced like stars and listened to the stories told by the river as it flowed through the land. Through it all, Rowan felt a sense of belonging, as if he had finally found a place where he was truly meant to be. And as the day turned to night, he and Lyra returned to the clearing by the pond, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. Rowan knew he would have to return to Eldergrove, but he also knew that he carried the magic of the hidden world within him. It was a magic that would guide him in his life, a reminder that kindness and wonder were the true treasures of the world. As they stood by the pond, Lyra handed Rowan a small stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "Keep this," she said, "as a token of your journey. It will remind you of the magic that lies within." Rowan took the stone, feeling its weight in his palm. "Thank you, Lyra, for everything." Lyra smiled, her eyes shining with friendship and understanding. "Remember, Rowan, the magic is always there, waiting for those who believe." With a gentle breeze whispering through the trees, Rowan bade farewell to Lyra and the hidden world. As he made his way back through the forest, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, guiding him home. As Rowan walked back, the familiar path of the forest seemed different, as if every tree and bush had a secret to whisper. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like spirits celebrating the boy's newfound discovery. He paused by an ancient oak, its branches twisted in a way that resembled welcoming arms, and sat beneath it to gather his thoughts. In the stillness of the night, Rowan reflected on his journey. He thought about the hidden world and the creatures that lived there, and the way Lyra's laughter had sounded like a melody that belonged to the forest itself. The stone in his pocket seemed to pulse gently, as if it too was alive, a reminder of the magic he had witnessed. Suddenly, a soft rustling nearby caught his attention. Out of the shadows emerged a fox, its eyes gleaming in the moonlight as it regarded him with an air of curiosity. Rowan, feeling an inexplicable connection to the creature, extended a hand, and the fox approached cautiously. It sniffed his fingers, then nuzzled against his palm, its fur warm and soft. This simple moment with the fox deepened Rowan's understanding of the hidden world's magic. It wasn't just in grand visions or fantastical landscapes. It was in the small, quiet interactions that touched the heart, in the threads of life connecting all beings. When he finally rose to continue his journey home, the fox followed him part of the way, its presence a silent companion in the night. As they reached the edge of the forest, the fox turned back, vanishing into the shadows with a final glance that seemed to say, "Remember." Rowan entered Eldergrove with a newfound sense of purpose. The village, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, looked unchanged, yet he saw it through different eyes. The ancient willow stood silent and watchful, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Rowan paused before it, placing his hand on the trunk once more. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart full of gratitude and joy. The willow seemed to sigh in response, its leaves rustling in the night, and Rowan knew that it would continue to stand as a guardian of magic and dreams, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the edge of the ordinary world. As he lay in bed that night, the stone resting on his bedside table, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that he would always carry the magic of the hidden world with him, a light to guide his way in the days to come. And with that comforting thought, he closed his eyes and drifted into a gentle slumber, his dreams filled with the beauty and wonder of the hidden world he had discovered, and the promise of adventures yet to come. In the days that followed, Rowan found himself drawn to the village's outskirts more frequently. He spent his afternoons beneath the willow, listening intently, as if hoping to hear its whispers once more. He shared the story of his adventure only with those he trusted, like his childhood friends, and they would sit wide-eyed, hanging on his every word. One afternoon, as Rowan sat beneath the willow, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet creating a symphony as it danced upon the leaves. He felt a familiar presence beside him and turned to see Lila standing there, her golden hair glistening with rain. She smiled, a shared understanding passing between them. "You've been sharing the magic," Lila noted, her voice barely audible over the patter of rain. Rowan nodded, his eyes bright. "I wanted them to know, to see the wonder that exists if only they believe." Lyra's smile grew. "Then the hidden world becomes less hidden, and the magic spreads." As the rain continued to fall, they stood together beneath the willow's protective branches, knowing that while some secrets were meant to be hidden, others were meant to be shared. With each story Rowan told, the magic of the hidden world touched more hearts, weaving its wonder through the tapestry of Eldergrove, ensuring the Whispering Willow's magic would never fade. As the seasons changed, Rowan noticed subtle shifts in the village. Wildflowers seemed to bloom more vibrantly, and the bees hummed a tune that was almost musical. The villagers, too, seemed more attuned to the beauty around them, their hearts lighter and their smiles more frequent. One day, Rowan's mother, Ella, who had always been a source of warmth and wisdom in his life, joined him beneath the willow. Her eyes, the same shade of green as the forest leaves, held a question she had been pondering. "Rowan," she began, her voice gentle, "do you think the willow's magic has changed the village?" Rowan thought for a moment, considering the question. "I think it has," he replied thoughtfully. "But maybe it's not just the willow. Maybe it's the stories and the belief in something greater that have changed us." Ella nodded, her expression contemplative. "Stories have a way of weaving magic into the fabric of our lives, don't they?" "They do," Rowan agreed, his mind drifting to the hidden world and the wonders he had seen. "And sometimes they help us see the magic that's been there all along." With a tender smile, Ella took Rowan's hand. "Let's keep sharing those stories, then. Let them grow like the roots of this willow, deep and strong." Rowan squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of her love and the strength of her belief. Together, they sat beneath the willow, the gentle breeze carrying their hopes and dreams into the world. And so, the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people connected by the invisible threads of magic and kindness, with the ancient willow always standing as a testament to the wonders that lay just beyond the ordinary world. As Rowan grew, he carried the lessons of the hidden world with him, sharing them with others, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Willow would never fade, but instead continue to blossom in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Story 5. In the quaint village of Ashwood, nestled between the gentle slopes of verdant hills and the whispering embrace of the ancient forest, there existed a legend that was told to children each night as they drifted into dreams. It was said that deep within the heart of the forest lay a hidden world, veiled by the shimmering mists of magic and guarded by the spirits of the woods. Only those pure of heart could stumble upon this realm, and those who did often returned transformed, carrying with them the wisdom of the ancients. Under the canopy of twinkling stars, young Iris lay in bed, her mind alight with the tales of mystery and wonder her grandmother told her. The old woman's voice, soft and full of warmth, painted vivid pictures of the hidden world, a place where the trees spoke in rustling tongues and the river sang songs of forgotten times. Her grandmother's stories were more than tales. They were threads woven into the fabric of Iris's life, each one a star in the tapestry of her dreams. Iris was a girl of quiet curiosity and gentle spirit, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that beat with the rhythm of the forest. She often wandered the paths that wound through the woods, her footsteps light as she listened for the secrets hidden in the whispers of the wind. She had always felt a strange connection to the forest, as if it called to her in a voice only she could hear. This connection was not merely a child's fancy. It was a pull as ancient as the roots that delved deep into the earth, a call that resonated with something deep within her soul. One crisp morning, as the golden dawn spilled over the horizon, Iris set out on a journey into the heart of the forest. The air was cool and filled with the fresh scent of pine and earth. The sun filtered through the trees, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She followed a brook that babbled merrily over smooth stones, its waters clear and cold to the touch. The sound of the brook was like laughter, a melody that mingled with the rustling leaves and the distant call of a lone bird. As Iris walked, a sense of anticipation stirred within her, a feeling that today was special, that today she might finally uncover the secrets whispered in her grandmother's stories. The forest seemed alive with possibility, every leaf and branch humming with magic. She came across a clearing where the sun fell in golden streams, and at its center stood a magnificent oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its trunk thick and gnarled with age. Drawn by a force she couldn't name, Iris approached the oak. As she laid her hand upon its bark, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift. The air shimmered, and the world around her blurred like a watercolor painting dipped in water. When the world came back into focus, Iris found herself in a place that was both familiar and wondrously strange. The colors were richer, the air sweeter, filled with the scent of blossoms and the song of unseen birds. She realized with a thrill that she had crossed into the hidden world her grandmother spoke of. The forest here was unlike any other. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues along the path, their petals soft and luminous. Iris felt a sense of awe and joy as she wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her heart singing with the discovery. As she explored, she came across a small glade where the sunlight danced on a pond so clear it seemed made of glass. Beside it sat a creature she had never seen before, a fox with fur as white as snow, eyes gleaming like polished amber. It watched her with an expression of gentle curiosity. "Hello," Iris said, her voice a whisper in the stillness. "Are you part of this world?" The fox nodded, its eyes wise and kind. "I am," it replied in a voice that was soft and melodic. "I am Finnegan, guardian of the forest's secrets." Iris felt a thrill of wonder. "I've heard stories of this place all my life. How did I find it?" Finnegan smiled, a twinkle in his eye. "You found it because your heart is open and your spirit kind. The forest knows those who seek with pure intentions." They sat together by the pond, and Iris learned much from Finnegan. He spoke of the ancient magic that bound the world together, of the balance that kept peace between the seen and unseen. He told tales of the spirits that danced in the moonlight and the creatures that roamed freely in the hidden places. As they sat, Iris noticed the subtle harmony of the forest, a symphony of life that resonated in every leaf and shadow. Finnegan explained how each creature, each plant played a part in maintaining this delicate balance. He shared secrets about the wisdom of the trees, their deep roots entwined in an eternal dance of life and nourishment. After several visits to the hidden world, Iris began to notice a growing familiarity with the rhythms of this enchanted land. The fox, Finnegan, became not only a guide but a dear friend. In their conversations, she learned the language of the forest, a silent dialogue expressed through the rustle of leaves, the murmur of brooks, and the gentle sway of flowers. One afternoon, as she sat by the pond, Iris watched the shadows lengthen and the light dance across the water. Finnegan, sensing her contemplation, sat beside her. "What's on your mind, Iris?" he asked gently. She hesitated, then spoke. "I love this world, but what if I'm not enough to protect it? The task feels immense." Finnegan nodded, understanding in his eyes. "It's natural to feel overwhelmed, but remember, you are not alone. The forest itself is a guardian, and it will guide you. Trust in its wisdom and in your own." His words reassured her, and she felt the knot of worry in her heart begin to loosen. She realized that being a steward didn't mean she had to bear the responsibility alone. It was about being part of a greater whole, working in harmony with the world around her. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Iris knew it was time to return to her world. She thanked Finnegan for his wisdom and friendship, and he gave her a small acorn, its surface etched with intricate patterns. "This is a gift," he said. "Plant it in your world, and remember the magic you have seen here. It will remind you of the connection between our worlds and the strength of your spirit." Iris returned home, the acorn clutched in her hand. She planted it in a sunny spot by her window, and as the days turned into weeks, it grew into a sapling, its leaves shimmering with a hint of the magic of the hidden world. The experience left Iris changed, her heart fuller and her mind brimming with the wonders she had witnessed. She shared her stories with others, weaving the lessons of the forest into the fabric of her village's lore. Her journeys into the woods continued, each walk a chance to listen to the trees and learn from the whispers of the wind. Yet, as the seasons turned, Iris's newfound role as a steward began to weigh on her. She realized that understanding the forest's magic meant more than just visiting. It required a commitment to protect and nurture it. She started organizing gatherings in the village to share her knowledge, teaching others the importance of preserving the balance between the natural and mystical worlds. During one such gathering, a young boy named Samuel approached Iris with wide, curious eyes. "Can anyone learn the ways of the forest?" he asked, his voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "Yes," Iris replied, her heart warming at his eagerness. "The forest welcomes all who come with respect and a willingness to learn. It's a world where kindness is the key." As Iris taught Samuel and others, she felt the forest's magic flowing through her, guiding her actions and deepening her understanding. She realized that her grandmother's stories were not just tales of wonder, but lessons of wisdom, preparing her for this very journey. One evening, as she stood by her window, watching the saplings swaying gently in the breeze, Iris felt a profound peace settle within her. She understood that her journey was not about reaching a destination, but about nurturing the connection between her world and the hidden realm. And though the hidden world remained a secret to most, its presence lingered in the blossoming of flowers, the rustling of leaves, and the gentle embrace of the forest that surrounded Ashwood. Iris knew that magic was not just in hidden realms, but in every moment, every breath, and every heart that dared to dream. As the village began to embrace the changes Iris brought, they noticed the forest seemed to flourish more vibrantly than ever before. The brook's laughter grew louder, and the trees whispered secrets more clearly to those willing to listen. Iris realized that by sharing these stories and lessons, she was not only preserving the forest, but also enriching the lives of her fellow villagers. One day, as she walked through the village square, Iris was approached by an elder, a man named Eldrick, whose wisdom was respected by all. "Iris," he said, his voice deep and resonant like the forest itself, "your stories have breathed new life into our village and reminded us of the importance of harmony with nature. Would you consider becoming our official storyteller, passing on the wisdom of the forest to future generations?" Her heart swelled with pride and humility. "I would be honored," Iris replied, understanding that this role was not just about telling stories, but about being a custodian of the village's relationship with the forest. As Iris took on her new role, she found herself visiting the hidden world less frequently, yet she felt its magic more deeply embedded in her everyday life. She learned that the true essence of the hidden world lay not in its physical presence, but in the lessons it imparted, of balance, respect, and connection. And so, as the nights grew longer and the stars brighter, Iris would sit by her window, watching the sapling grow, a living testament to the magic of friendship and the power of a kind heart. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and with each new dawn, the world held endless possibilities for those who listened with open hearts. One particular evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, Iris sat with her grandmother by the hearth, the warmth of the fire casting a golden glow on the walls. The familiar scent of chamomile tea filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest that clung to her clothes. Her grandmother, her eyes twinkling like stars, asked, "What stories will you share tonight, dear Iris?" Iris smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude and love. "I think I'll tell them about the fox named Finnegan and the lessons of the hidden world," she replied. "About how every leaf and shadow holds a story, and how we are all part of something much greater than ourselves." Her grandmother nodded, a knowing smile on her lips. Those are the stories that will shape the future, Iris. Stories that remind us of our place in the world and the magic that surrounds us. And as she drifted into dreams, the stories of the forest wove through her mind, a gentle lullaby of leaves and laughter, guiding her into the warmth of slumber, where magic was as close as the next breath, and the heart of the forest beat in time with her own. 6. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where sunlight trickled through a canopy as thick as a woven tapestry, a world thrived in a symphony of natural harmony. Here, the air was perpetually infused with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of ages past. The forest was a cradle of life, where creatures of all kinds lived in a delicate balance, each contributing to the sacred cycle of the seasons. At the center of this lush expanse stood a colossal oak known as Elder Yew, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like a wise old sage reaching for the stars. Beneath its sprawling boughs, a community of woodland creatures had made their homes: badgers, squirrels, songbirds, and more. Among them was a particularly curious fox named Fen. With fur as russet as autumn leaves and eyes twinkling with mischief and warmth, Fen spent his days exploring every nook and cranny of the forest, learning its secrets and making friends with all its inhabitants. One crisp morning, as the forest awoke under a blanket of dew, Fen trotted through the underbrush, his paws barely rustling the fallen leaves. The air was alive with bird song, a melodious chorus that signaled the coming of spring. As he wandered, Fen came upon a peculiar sight: a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with dew, standing in a perfect ring upon the forest floor. "Ah, the fairy ring," murmured a voice from above. It was Wisp, the wise old owl, perched high in Elder Yew's branches. With feathers as soft and gray as smoke, Wisp had seen many seasons come and go, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless nights spent watching over the forest. "Good morning, Wisp," Fen called up, his tail flicking with delight. "A fairy ring. I've heard tales of their magic, but never seen one myself." Wisp's eyes twinkled. "Indeed, young Fen, these rings are rare and hold great power. It is said that those who dance within them under the light of the moon can speak with the spirits of the forest." His voice was like a gentle breeze, soothing yet full of mystery. Fen's heart leaped with excitement. "Will you join me tonight, Wisp? We can see if the tales are true." The owl chuckled softly, a sound like rustling leaves. "I shall watch from above, my dear friend. The magic of the forest is yours to discover." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Fen returned to the fairy ring. The forest was draped in twilight, and a silvery mist began to weave through the trees. Fen waited patiently, his breath visible in the cool evening air. When the moon rose, casting its pale glow upon the earth, something extraordinary happened. The mushrooms shimmered as if dusted with stardust, and a soft melody filled the air, a song without words, ancient and hauntingly beautiful. Fen stepped into the ring, his heart pounding with wonder. As he did, the world around him transformed. The forest seemed to breathe with a life of its own, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and fresh rain. The song grew louder, enveloping him in its embrace. Before his eyes, the spirits of the forest appeared, ethereal creatures woven from light and shadow. They danced gracefully around him, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. Fen felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if he were a part of something much larger than himself. One spirit, a gentle doe with eyes as deep as pools, approached Fen. "Welcome, little fox," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "You have been chosen to carry the wisdom of the forest. Will you accept this gift?" Fen nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," he replied softly. The doe smiled, touching her nose to his. In that moment, Fen felt a surge of warmth and light, as if the essence of the forest itself had filled him with its ancient knowledge. As the moon began to wane, the spirits faded into the mist, leaving Fen alone in the clearing. The melody lingered in his heart, a reminder of the night's magic. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fen returned to Elder Yew, where Wisp awaited him. "You have received the forest's blessing," Wisp said, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Use it wisely, dear Fen, and share it with those who seek harmony." From that day onward, Fen became a guardian of the verdant wood, a bridge between the forest's many creatures and the wisdom of the ages. He taught the others to listen to the whispers of the wind and to see the beauty in every leaf and shadow. The forest flourished under his gentle guidance, and the seasons continued their eternal dance. Spring brought renewal, summer warmth, autumn a tapestry of color, and winter a serene blanket of snow. Through it all, Fen and his friends found joy and peace, knowing that they were part of a world where magic and nature intertwined. And so, the ancient forest remained a place of wonder and tranquility, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where those who listened closely could hear the silent song of the earth. As the years passed, the tales of Fen and the fairy ring were whispered from generation to generation, a reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of wisdom shared. In the heart of Verdantwood, the cycle of life continued, a testament to the enduring harmony that bound all creatures together, a harmony cherished by every rustle of leaves and every breath of wind, deep in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced as one. Story 7. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 8. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and whispered secrets to the sky, there lay a quaint little village called Starlight Hollow. This village was like no other, for it was nestled within a magical glen where the air always smelled faintly of honey and lavender, and the skies were forever painted with the soft hues of twilight. The villagers lived in charming thatched cottages, surrounded by gardens filled with flowers that glowed softly under the moonlight. One brisk autumn evening, a peculiar thing began to happen in Starlight Hollow. As the villagers went about their nightly routines, they noticed that the gentle glow of the moonflowers in their gardens began to flicker, as if a mischievous wind was playing tricks on them. But the air was still. Not even a leaf trembled. The flickering continued, and soon a strange melody, sweet yet distant, filled the air. It was a tune unlike any the villagers had heard before, seeping into their dreams and painting them with colors of mystery and wonder. Concerned and curious, two of the village's most inquisitive minds, young Finn and his best friend Lila, decided to investigate. Finn was a bright-eyed boy with a penchant for adventure, and Lila was known for her keen sense of observation and calm demeanor. Together they were quite the team, having solved many a small mystery in their village. As they set out under the starlit sky, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns hanging from the trees, they felt a sense of excitement tinged with just a hint of mystery. Their first stop was the home of Elder Willow, the wise and gentle guardian of the village, who was known for her vast knowledge of the magical woods. Her cottage was a cozy haven, filled with shelves of ancient books and jars of colorful potions. The air inside was warm, carrying the scent of cinnamon and pine. "Elder Willow," Lila began as they entered, "we've come to seek your guidance. The moonflowers are flickering, and there's a melody in the air that we can't quite place." Elder Willow, with her silver hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the enchanted lullaby," she mused softly, her voice like a gentle stream. "It has been many years since it was last heard. It is said to be the song of the moonlit minstrels, magical creatures who travel the skies painting the night with their music. Finn's eyes widened with wonder. But why would they come here now? Elder Willow smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars. That, my dear children, is the true mystery. Perhaps they seek something or someone in our village. You may need to discover what they desire to understand their song. Inspired, Finn and Lila thanked Elder Willow and ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the flickering glow of the moonflowers and the haunting melody. They followed the sound as it grew stronger, leading them to a small, secluded clearing they had never seen before. Here, the moonlight was brighter, dancing like silver on the leaves. At the center of the clearing sat a curious creature, no larger than a rabbit, with fur that shimmered like stardust. It was a moonlit minstrel, its eyes as deep and endless as the night sky. The creature strummed a delicate harp made of moonbeams, crafting melodies that floated on the wind. Cautiously, Lila approached, her voice gentle. "Hello, little minstrel. We are from Starlight Hollow and wish to help you if we can." The minstrel paused, its eyes meeting hers. In a voice as soft as a whispering breeze, it spoke. "We are searching for the lost Echo Stone, a gem that holds our song. Without it, our music fades, and our journey cannot continue." Finn and Lila exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew they had to find this Echo Stone. "Do you know where it might be?" Finn asked. The minstrel nodded, pointing with its tiny paw towards the heart of the whispering woods. "In the Grove of Echoes, where the ancient oaks stand, you may find what you seek." With a newfound determination, Finn and Lila set off towards the Grove of Echoes. The path was winding and the woods grew denser, but they felt a comforting presence guiding them. As they walked, they noticed how the trees seemed to sway gently, as if encouraging them onwards. Soon they arrived at the grove, a circle of ancient oaks that stood like guardians of time. In the center, the ground was covered in a soft, mossy carpet, and there, glinting faintly in the moonlight, lay the Echo Stone, a beautiful gem that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. Carefully, Lila picked up the stone, feeling a warm pulse of energy within it. "This must be it," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. As they turned to leave, a gentle breeze swept through the grove, carrying with it a harmonious chorus of whispers. It was as if the trees themselves were singing their gratitude. Back in the clearing, the moonlit minstrel awaited them, its eyes hopeful. When Lila placed the Echo Stone gently beside it, the minstrel's harp began to play once more, the melody now richer and more vibrant than before. The air filled with the sound of 1,000 starry nights, wrapping around Finn and Lila like a comforting embrace. "Thank you," the minstrel sang softly, its voice a melody in itself. "You have restored our song and allowed us to continue our journey across the skies." Finn and Lila watched as the minstrel, now joined by a chorus of its kin, ascended into the night, their music painting the sky with a tapestry of stars and dreams. The village below glowed with a renewed light, the moonflowers blooming brighter than ever. As they made their way back to Starlight Hollow, Finn and Lila felt a deep sense of fulfillment. They had not only solved the mystery, but had also formed a bond with the magical creatures of their world. The gentle lesson of understanding and helping others had woven itself into their hearts, like a cherished lullaby. Back in their own beds, with the soft glow of the moonflowers outside their windows, Finn and Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the sweet music of the moonlit minstrels and the comforting knowledge that all was right in their enchanted world. Story 10. In the charming village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wove gently between quaint cottages and lush gardens, there was a place called the Curiosity Shop. It was a peculiar little store, nestled between the bakers and the apothecaries, known only to those who had an eye for the unique and a heart for adventure. Its windows were lined with trinkets and oddities, shimmering in the daylight, inviting passers-by to step inside and explore the wonders within. Our story begins on a soft, golden morning as the sun lazily stretched its rays across the sleepy town. In one of the cottages, a young girl named Maisie awoke to the melodic chirping of sparrows outside her window. Maisie was known for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity, always eager to discover the stories hidden in the world around her. Today she felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as though a whisper in the wind was calling her to the curiosity shop. As she stepped through the wooden door, a gentle chime echoed softly, and the air was filled with the scent of polished wood and old parchment. The shop was a treasure trove of wonders. Shelves lined with ancient books, jars filled with colorful sands, and peculiar artifacts from distant lands. But what caught Maisie's eye was an unassuming, dusty bottle tucked away in a corner, its glass catching the light in a way that seemed almost magical. With careful hands, she lifted the bottle from the shelf, and as she did, a soft, luminescent glow began to emanate from within. Intrigued and a little nervous, Maisie gently uncorked the bottle. To her astonishment, a delicate swirl of light emerged, forming into a tiny, glowing figure with wings like gossamer. It was a sprite, ethereal and radiant, with a voice like tinkling bells. "Thank you for freeing me," the sprite chimed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "I am Leora, and I have been waiting for someone with a pure heart to release me." Maisie, wide-eyed with wonder, managed to stammer out a greeting. Leora explained that she had been trapped in the bottle for many years, placed there by a well-meaning enchanter who had forgotten her in his collection. Now freed, she wished to repay Maisie's kindness by granting her a single wish. Maisie, thoughtful and introspective, didn't rush to make her wish. Instead, she pondered what she truly needed. As she did, Leora fluttered about, exploring the shop and chatting about the many wonders she had seen in her long life. Days turned into a week, and Maisie and Leora became fast friends, sharing stories and laughter. Maisie learned that true magic was not in the granting of a wish, but in the bonds of friendship and the beauty of everyday moments. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the village, Maisie decided to take Leora to her favorite spot, a serene glen just outside of town, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors and a gentle brook babbled through the meadow. There Maisie sat and reflected, the warmth of the sun on her face and the cool breeze whispering through the trees. It was in that peaceful glen that Maisie finally knew what her heart wished for. Turning to Leora, she spoke with a quiet resolve. "I wish for the wisdom to always find joy and wonder in the world around me, no matter where life takes me." Leora's eyes shone with approval, for it was a wish not of material wealth or power, but of a deeper understanding and appreciation of life. With a gentle wave of her hand, the sprite granted the wish, and Maisie felt a gentle warmth envelop her, as though the universe itself had whispered its secrets to her heart. From that day forward, Maisie saw the world with new eyes. She found beauty in the simplest of things, a dew-kissed spiderweb, the laughter of children, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Her journey of discovery had changed her, not through grand adventures, but through the quiet revelation of wisdom and wonder. As for Leora, the sprite stayed by Maisie's side, her sparkling presence a constant reminder of the magic that exists in everyday life. Together, they explored the world around them, uncovering its mysteries and sharing in its joys. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the gentle glow of the moon and stars, Maisie and Leora found their greatest treasure, not in the granting of a wish, but in the friendship and wisdom they discovered along the way. As the village settled into slumber, their laughter and stories lingered in the air, a soft, comforting lullaby that promised sweet dreams and gentle mornings. Story 11. Once upon a time, nestled within the lush, rolling hills of a quaint village named Meadowbrook, there was a little cottage with walls of warm, honey-colored stone and a roof thatched with golden straw. The air around the cottage was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sweet, earthy aroma of the nearby woods. This was the home of a gentle young girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright and kind as the sunlit meadows she loved to wander. Lila had a curious mind and an adventurous spirit, always eager to explore the mysteries hidden in the folds of her world. She spent her days in the company of her best friend, a wise old owl named Caden, who resided in an ancient oak tree that stood proudly at the edge of the forest. Caden, with his feathers the color of autumn leaves and eyes like amber jewels, was a repository of stories and wisdom. He had seen many seasons come and go, and he delighted in sharing tales of the world with Lila as they sat beneath the tree's rustling canopy. One golden afternoon, as the sun cast long, dappled shadows across the meadow, Lila and Caden stumbled upon something extraordinary. While chasing a particularly vibrant butterfly, Lila tripped over a root and fell, her hands landing on something cold and hard. Dusting herself off, she looked down to find a small, intricately carved wooden box half buried in the earth. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, hinting at something magical within. With careful fingers, Lila opened the box and, to her amazement, found a delicate silver key nestled inside. There was something undeniably special about the key. It seemed to hum with a gentle energy, a promise of adventure and discovery. Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement as she showed the key to Caden, who hooted softly in contemplation. "This is no ordinary key," Caden said, his voice a soothing rumble. "It is said that a key like this one can open the door to hidden worlds, places unseen by most eyes. I believe it has chosen you, Lila, to reveal its secrets." Lila felt a thrill of wonder at Caden's words. She had heard legends of such keys, whispered among the rustling leaves and sung by the babbling brooks, but never had she imagined she would find one herself. Determined to uncover the key's purpose, she resolved to search the forest for the hidden door it might unlock. The next morning, with the dawn painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Lila set off on her quest. She was clad in her favorite cloak, the color of ripe cherries, and her pockets were filled with berries and nuts for sustenance. Caden perched on her shoulder, a reassuring presence as they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through a tapestry of leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was alive with the chorus of birdsong, and the scent of pine and moss was invigorating. As they walked, Lila and Caden kept their eyes peeled for anything unusual that might hint at the presence of a hidden door. Hours passed, and Lila began to wonder if they would ever find what they sought. Just as her hope started to wane, Caden's sharp eyes caught sight of something peculiar. Ahead of them, partially concealed by a cascade of ivy, was a large twisted tree with a trunk that seemed to shimmer faintly, as though touched by moonlight even in the day. Approaching with bated breath, Lila brushed aside the ivy to reveal a small, ornate keyhole carved into the trunk of the tree. Her heart beating with anticipation, she took the silver key from her pocket and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the tree's bark shifted, revealing a doorway that glowed with a gentle, inviting light. Lila and Caden exchanged a glance of shared excitement and stepped through the doorway into a new world. They found themselves in a lush, verdant garden, more beautiful than any they had ever seen. The air was warm and sweet, filled with the scent of blossoms and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. Flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in abundance, and the grass beneath their feet was as soft as silk. In this secret garden, time seemed to stand still. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over everything, and the air was filled with the soothing rustle of leaves. As they wandered deeper into the garden, they came upon a pond with water so clear it reflected the sky like a mirror. At the center of the pond stood a small island, upon which grew a magnificent tree with leaves of shimmering silver. Curious, Lila and Caden made their way to the island, their reflections dancing on the water's surface. As they reached the tree, they noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, glowing orb that pulsed with a soft, inviting light. Lila reached out and gently cradled the orb in her hands. As she did, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. The orb seemed to speak to her, not with words, but with feelings, conveying a message of friendship and unity. Caden fluttered to her shoulder, his eyes wide with understanding. "This orb is a gift," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "It holds the power to connect hearts, to bring together those who might otherwise remain apart." Feeling a profound sense of purpose, Lila knew she had to share this gift with the people of Meadowbrook, to use its magic to strengthen the bonds of friendship and community. With Caden by her side, she returned through the tree's doorway, the orb cradled safely in her arms. Back in her village, Lila used the orb's magic to bring joy and harmony to her neighbors. It was as if a gentle light had spread throughout Meadowbrook, encouraging acts of kindness and understanding. Old quarrels were mended and new friendships blossomed, all nurtured by the quiet, glowing presence of the orb. In time, the village became known as a haven of peace and friendship, a place where all were welcome and loved. Lila, with Caden ever by her side, continued to explore the wonders of the world, carrying the lessons of the orb wherever she went. And so, in the heart of Meadowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lila's story of discovery and friendship was shared and cherished by all. The magical key and the shimmering orb were a testament to the power of kindness and the bonds that unite us all. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the world settled into a gentle slumber, the story of Lila and her enchanting journey was whispered among the leaves and carried on the wings of the wind, a timeless tale of wonder, friendship, and the magic that lies within every heart. Story 12. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the sky, there lived a community of creatures known as the Woodland Kin. This forest was a realm where the ordinary and the magical intertwined, and life pulsed with the harmony of the seasons. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a symphony that played ceaselessly, a melody known only to those who listened closely. In a cozy burrow beneath a curtain of ferns, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lived a wise old badger named Bramble. His home was a place where time seemed to pause, with walls lined with scrolls of bark and leaves inscribed with the stories and wisdom of past generations. Bramble was the keeper of tales, a storyteller whose words could paint pictures as vivid as the forest itself. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost dusted the forest with a shimmering veil, a young squirrel named Pip scampered into Bramble's burrow. Pip's eyes sparkled with curiosity, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tell me, Bramble," Pip chirped, "what makes the forest change with the seasons?" Bramble, with his fur as gray as the mist that rolled through the forest at dawn, smiled warmly. He beckoned Pip closer to the hearth, where a gentle fire crackled, casting a golden glow around the burrow. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," Bramble began, his voice as soothing as the rustling leaves. "It is a tale as old as the trees themselves." As Pip settled down, Bramble spoke of Sol, the ancient spirit of the sun, whose warm embrace coaxed life from the soil in spring. With each word, Pip could almost feel the sun's gentle warmth on his fur, see the vibrant greens unfurling around him. Bramble told of how Sol's gentle touch awakened Flora, the spirit of growth, who painted the forest with flowers that swayed like dancers in the breeze. But as the days grew longer and the sun's journey across the sky shifted, Bramble explained, the world turned to the care of Zephyr, the keeper of winds. Zephyr brought with him the rustle of summer, a time of abundance and laughter. Pip imagined the soft summer winds ruffling his fur, the taste of ripe berries on his tongue. As the tale unfolded, Bramble's voice grew softer, like the gentle hush of autumn leaves. He spoke of Ember, the spirit of autumn, who wrapped the forest in hues of gold and crimson. Pip could see the leaves falling in a cascade of colors, feel the crisp air on his whiskers, signaling the time of harvest and preparation. Finally, Bramble spoke of Frost, the spirit who arrived with winter's first breath, covering the forest in a blanket of stillness and rest. Pip shivered slightly, imagining the world painted in pristine white, the air tinged with the crisp scent of snow and pine. "But how do they know when to come?" Pip asked, eyes wide with wonder. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound like the gentle crackle of the fire. "The forest is a tapestry woven with the threads of magic and wisdom," he replied. "Each season listens to the whispers of the earth and sky, and we, the woodland kin, play our part by honoring this ancient balance." Pip pondered this, realizing that every creature, from the tiniest ant to the majestic owls, had a role in this grand symphony. The forest was a living, breathing entity, and its harmony was the result of countless small acts of care and respect. As the fire's warmth enveloped them, Bramble shared another story, this one of a time long ago when the balance was disturbed. It was a tale of a reckless storm that swept through, causing chaos and fear. But through kindness and wisdom, the creatures of the forest came together, each offering their unique gifts to restore harmony. The birds sang to calm the winds, while the rabbits and moles reinforced burrows, making safe havens for all. Pip listened intently, his heart swelling with pride and a newfound understanding. He realized that even in the face of challenges, friendship and wisdom could guide the way to peace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a gentle twilight, Pip thanked Bramble for the stories. The young squirrel scampered out into the cool evening, the lessons of the day settling in his heart like seeds ready to grow. In the quiet of the forest, as the first stars twinkled overhead, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of tomorrow. The woodland kin, each in their own way, prepared for the night, knowing that their world was balanced on the delicate threads of nature's wisdom. And so the forest slept, cradled in the arms of the ancient spirits, awaiting the dawn of a new day, where the dance of the seasons would begin anew, bringing with it the eternal cycle of life and magic. Story 13. In the heart of a verdant valley, nestled snugly between whispering woods and rippling brooks, lay the quaint village of Willow Glen. The villagers led a life of simple pleasures, where the days were marked by the sun's gentle arc and the nights were serenaded by crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. But beyond the familiar edges of Willow Glen, hidden by a veil of ancient oaks and sprawling ferns, lay a world few knew existed, a world where magic breathed and shimmered like the morning mist. Our tale begins on a crisp autumn day, when leaves like little flames danced in the cool breeze. In a cottage at the edge of the village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his curious nature and a heart as big as the sky. He had a knack for finding lost things, be it a misplaced scarf or a wandering lamb, and returning them with a smile that warmed even the coldest of days. It was on one such day, as the sun dipped low and painted the world in hues of gold and amber, that Finn stumbled upon something extraordinary. While exploring the woods behind his home, he noticed a peculiar glint among the fallen leaves. Kneeling down, he uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully opened the box, revealing a shimmering stone nestled within, a stone that radiated warmth and a soft, entrancing glow. As Finn held the stone, he felt a gentle tugging sensation, as though it was leading him somewhere. Intrigued, he followed, weaving through the trees as if guided by an invisible thread. The path led him deeper into the forest than he'd ever ventured before, to a place where the air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the ground was carpeted with moss, so lush it seemed to sigh underfoot. There, in the heart of the forest, Finn discovered a hidden glen bathed in ethereal light. The glen was unlike anything he'd seen, a realm where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical blurred. Flowers with petals of silver and gold swayed in a gentle breeze, and creatures, not quite animal nor entirely spirit, flitted among the branches, their laughter like tinkling bells. It was here that Finn met Eldrin, a gentle spirit of the forest with eyes like two pools of starlight. Eldrin was the guardian of the glen, a being of ancient wisdom and quiet strength. With a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Eldrin explained that the stone Finn had found was the heart of the glen, a powerful talisman that maintained the balance between the human world and the magical realm. But all was not well in the hidden world. Eldrin spoke of a shadow creeping across the glen, a dark force threatening to unravel the harmony that had existed for centuries. The heart of the glen, which once held the power to shield their world, was losing its light, and with it, the glen's magic began to fade. Finn, with his kind heart and unwavering courage, knew he had to help. Together with Eldrin, he embarked on a journey to restore the heart of the glen. Their path was fraught with challenges, each a test of Finn's resolve and character. They navigated through enchanted groves where time flowed differently, crossed rivers that sang of ages past, and climbed hills where the very stones whispered secrets of old. Along the way, Finn learned not only about the magical world, but also about himself. He discovered a wellspring of strength and compassion he never knew he possessed, qualities that deepened with each trial he faced. Eldrin, too, found in Finn a friend who saw beyond the mystical veil to the soul beneath, a bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. Their journey brought them to the heart of the forest, where the shadow loomed darkest. It was there that Finn confronted the source of the glen's plight, a creature born of despair and forgotten dreams, seeking only to consume the light it could never possess. With wisdom gleaned from Eldrin and courage drawn from his own heart, Finn realized that the creature's power lay not in its darkness, but in its isolation. In an act of pure empathy, Finn reached out, offering the creature not battle, but friendship. It was a gesture that caught the shadow by surprise, a crack in its armor of solitude. Slowly the creature began to transform, its darkness lifting like mist in the morning sun, revealing a being once lost to sorrow, now found in the light of understanding. With the balance restored, the heart of the glen shone brighter than ever, its light weaving through the forest, rejuvenating the magic that had waned. The creatures of the glen rejoiced, their laughter ringing through the trees as the realm blossomed anew. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Finn knew it was time to return to Willow Glen. Eldrin walked him to the edge of the forest, their parting bittersweet, yet filled with hope. Finn carried with him not just the memories of his journey, but the lasting bond of a friendship that defied worlds. Back in his village, with the stone safely returned to its box, Finn often found himself looking towards the woods, a secret smile playing at his lips. He knew the magic of the glen was never far, carried within him like a gentle breeze, a reminder of the world beyond the ordinary. And so, under the watchful eyes of stars, Finn would occasionally steal away to the edge of the forest, where the whispers of his friend could be heard on the wind, and the boundless adventure of life awaited with open arms. For in the heart of every journey lies the promise of discovery, and in every friendship, the power to change the world. Story 14. In the heart of a lush and ancient forest, where the whispers of leaves told stories of old, there lived a young woman named Lila. The forest, known to its inhabitants as Evergreen Glade, was a place where magic wove through every branch and burrow, and the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Lila was known for her gentle nature, her affinity with the creatures of the forest, and her bright, inquisitive eyes that were the color of the morning sky. But as seasons changed and time ebbed forward like a gentle stream, she found herself standing on the precipice of a great change. Her heart, like the forest at the turn of winter, felt frozen and uncertain, yearning for something more, yet afraid of what the thaw might bring. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the canopy, Lila ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. Her feet, covered in the softest leather boots, crunched over a carpet of fallen leaves, each step echoing the soft symphony of the forest. She was searching for a sense of direction, for answers about the unsettling restlessness that had taken root in her heart. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a peculiar clearing she had never seen. At its center, there stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching upwards as if yearning to touch the sky. Draped across its boughs were strands of silvery moss that shimmered in the sunlight like strands of starlight. There, nestled among the roots, was something that caught her eye, a small, weathered book with a cover as green as the forest itself. Curiosity piqued, Lila picked up the book, feeling a warmth seep into her fingers. As she opened it, she was greeted by the gentle voice of an old friend, the forest spirit Alden, who appeared beside her in a swirl of leaves and light. Alden had always been a source of wisdom and comfort, with eyes that held the history of the woods and a smile as gentle as the breeze. "Ah, Lila," Alden spoke in a voice like rustling leaves. "You have found the Tome of Transformation. It contains the secrets of change, mirrored by the magic of our forest. Each page reveals a lesson, but only if you are willing to embrace the journey." Lila nodded, her heart a mix of apprehension and hope. With Alden by her side, she turned the first page. The words began to glow softly, and a warm breeze enveloped her, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and promise. The first lesson was of patience, taught by the gentle unfolding of a fern. Lila watched as the tightly coiled fronds slowly opened over days, revealing the delicate lacework of their leaves. She learned to appreciate the beauty in waiting, in allowing time to nurture growth, just as the forest did with each new season. Encouraged, Lila continued her journey, each page of the tome guiding her through the forest. She met with the wise old owl, who taught her the importance of perspective, of seeing the world from different heights and angles. She learned from the industrious ants, who showed her the value of community and collaboration. One chilly evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra sat beside a babbling brook. Here, the tome revealed its final lesson, a story of transformation through acceptance. The brook spoke to her in a language of gentle gurgles, reminding her that change, much like its waters, was a natural flow that could not be resisted. It was a part of life's beautiful dance, an opportunity to grow beyond her fears. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the forest, Lyra closed the tome and looked around. The forest was alive with the soft sounds of night, crickets chirping, and the distant call of a nightingale. She felt a quiet strength within her, a newfound understanding that change was not something to fear, but a chance to become more of who she was meant to be. With Alden's wise words echoing in her heart, Lyra returned to her village, carrying with her the lessons of the forest. She shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the magic of transformation in their own lives. And so, as the seasons continued to turn in Evergreen Glade, Lyra grew and blossomed, much like the forest around her. She learned that personal growth was a journey woven with threads of patience, perspective, community, and acceptance. And in this journey, she found not only herself, but also a deeper connection to the world and the people she loved. The forest, with its ancient oaks and whispering winds, remained a constant companion, a gentle reminder of the magic that lived in every leaf and shadow. And Lyra, with her heart open and her spirit light, embraced each new day with the courage of someone who understood that true transformation was the most beautiful magic of all. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst rolling emerald hills, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village, known as Eldergrove, was a place where the earth seemed to breathe with timeless wisdom, and the air hummed with whispers of ancient magic. Leora, with her auburn hair and eyes as green as the fields in spring, often felt like a leaf caught in the currents of the wind, uncertain of where she belonged. Leora worked as an apprentice to the village baker, old Thomas, whose shop was a snug, inviting haven of warm bread and sweet pastries. Though she loved the comforting scent of dough and cinnamon, Leora often found herself gazing out the window, yearning for something she could not quite name. Change stirred restlessly within her, like the first gentle rumbles of a summer storm. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced along the cobblestone paths, Leora took a walk through the whispering woods that bordered the village. The woods were a place of enchantment, where shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the air was thick with the earthy fragrance of moss and pine. As Leora meandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon an ancient, gnarled oak tree with branches that stretched towards the heavens like welcoming arms. Nestled among the roots of the oak was a small, shimmering pool, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Leora knelt beside the pool and peered into its depths. To her astonishment, the water began to ripple and swirl, revealing a vision of herself, not as she was, but as she might become. In the vision, Leora saw herself standing tall and confident, her heart aglow with a radiant light that seemed to emanate from within. This glimpse of her potential self filled her with a strange blend of hope and trepidation. Was this who she was meant to be? Could she truly grow into such a person? As she pondered these questions, a gentle voice floated through the rustling leaves. "The heart knows the path it must take," it said, soft as a lullaby. Leora turned to find the source of the voice, and there, perched on a low-hanging branch, was a wise old owl with feathers like silver moonbeams and eyes that sparkled with centuries of knowledge. "Change is the song of life," the owl continued, "a melody that guides us through the dance of seasons. To resist it is to remain stagnant, like a river that refuses to flow." "But how?" Leora asked, her voice a whisper in the serene stillness. "How do I embrace change when it feels so daunting?" The owl blinked slowly, its gaze deep and understanding. "With patience and trust," it replied. "Trust in yourself and in the friendships that surround you. They will be your compass and your strength." Encouraged by the owl's wisdom, Leora rose to her feet, determination blooming within her like a spring flower. She thanked the owl, who nodded sagely before taking flight, its wings a silent shadow against the canopy. Returning to the village, Leora found herself noticing the small wonders she had often overlooked. The comforting murmur of voices in the marketplace, the cheerful glow of lanterns as evening descended, and the warmth of old Tomas's laughter as he regaled her with tales of his youth. Inspired by her encounter in the woods, Leora began to embrace change with a heart open and willing. She started experimenting with new recipes at the bakery, infusing them with herbs and flavors from distant lands. Her creations, filled with the essence of her newfound courage, delighted the villagers and brought them together in joyful gatherings. Through her journey, Leora discovered the beauty of personal growth, the magic that flourishes when one dares to step beyond the familiar. She learned that change, though daunting, could be a gentle guide, leading her toward her true self. In time, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude for the supportive friends who walked alongside her. There was Mara, the village herbalist, whose calming presence was like a gentle balm, and Finn, the spirited blacksmith, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds. Each of them, in their own way, wove threads of friendship and encouragement into Leora's tapestry of growth. One day, as winter began to paint the village with frosty lace, Leora returned to the Whispering Woods to visit the ancient oak. She knelt by the shimmering pool once more, and this time, the reflection that greeted her was not of a distant dream, but of a young woman who had embraced her journey, with all its twists and turns. With a heart brimming with contentment, Leora understood that personal discovery was a lifelong adventure, a dance of becoming and unbecoming. And as she walked back to Eldergrove, the village nestled amidst the hills, she carried with her the gentle reminder that, like the seasons, she too was ever changing, ever growing, and always enough. And so, under the watchful gaze of the silver-feathered owl, Leora's story unfolded like the pages of a cherished book, each chapter a testament to the beauty of transformation, written in the language of the heart. The end. Story 16. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled comfortably between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was known for its vibrant colors and the gentle hum of life that seemed to dance in the air. Every morning, the sun would rise with a golden warmth that kissed the dew-covered leaves, and every evening the sky would blush with shades of lavender and rose as the stars began their twinkling vigil. Clara was an inquisitive soul, with eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village with her grandmother, a wise woman who was renowned for her storytelling. Their home was filled with the comforting scent of lavender and honey, and the walls were lined with countless shelves of books, each one a portal to a new world. One crisp autumn day, as leaves danced in the cool breeze, Clara stumbled upon an old, peculiar compass in the attic. It was nestled within a dusty, forgotten chest, its copper surface dull yet intriguing. Unlike any compass she had ever seen, its needle spun slowly, as if searching for something beyond the ordinary. Clara carefully lifted the compass, feeling a tingle of warmth spread through her fingertips. She sensed, in that profound way that children often do, that this compass was no ordinary object. Excited by her discovery, Clara rushed to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, knitting a scarf with yarn the color of autumn leaves. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a knowing gleam when she saw the compass. "Ah, you have found the compass of whimsy," she said, her voice as comforting as a soft quilt on a chilly night. "It is said to guide its bearer to places of wonder and hidden truths." Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey to uncover the mysteries of the compass of whimsy. With her grandmother's blessing, a satchel of provisions, and the compass in hand, she set off into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As Clara ventured deeper into the woods, she met a lively squirrel named Pip, who was chattering animatedly as he gathered acorns. Pip, with his bushy tail and bright eyes, was known throughout the forest for his quick wit and cheerful demeanor. "Where are you headed with that curious compass, Clara?" he asked, his voice a playful melody. "I'm following where it leads," Clara replied, showing him the spinning needle. "Would you like to join me?" Pip, always eager for adventure, scampered onto her shoulder with a delighted twitch of his whiskers. Together, they followed the compass through sun-dappled glades and past murmuring streams, each step filled with the thrill of discovery. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene lake, its surface shimmering like 1,000 diamonds under the gentle caress of the sun. There they met a wise old turtle named Tully, who was basking contentedly on a smooth stone. Tully, with his slow, deliberate movements and deep, patient eyes, was the keeper of ancient tales and secrets of the forest. The compass's needle pointed directly across the lake, where a small island lay shrouded in mist. "To reach the island," Tully rumbled in his low, soothing voice, "you must solve the riddle of the lake." Clara and Pip exchanged curious glances. "What riddle?" Clara asked, intrigued. Tully smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "To find the way, you must answer this. What can fill a room but takes up no space?" Clara sat by the lake, pondering the riddle. Pip, ever the eager helper, chattered suggestions. "Light? A shadow?" he offered, his eyes wide with anticipation. The answer came to Clara like a gentle breeze. "Is it light?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Indeed it is," Tully replied, his eyes twinkling with approval. As if in response to her answer, the mist over the lake parted, revealing a narrow path of stepping stones leading to the island. Clara, with Pip perched on her shoulder, carefully made her way across the stones, their reflection dancing on the water like flickering candle flames. On the island they found a small ancient tree, its branches heavy with blossoms that shimmered like silver under the sun. The compass's needle finally came to a rest, pointing directly at the tree. Clara approached, and without knowing why, reached out to touch its bark. As she did, a soft glow enveloped her, and she felt a warmth spread through her heart, filling her with a profound sense of peace and understanding. In that moment, Clara realized that the true magic of the Compass of Whimsy was not in the places it led her, but in the journey itself. The friends she made, the wisdom she gained, and the beauty she discovered along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara thanked the tree for its gift and returned to the village, the compass now resting quietly in her pocket. She was greeted with open arms by her grandmother, who listened with delight as Clara recounted her adventure. From that day on, Clara shared her stories with the villagers, inspiring them to see the wonder in their own lives. And though the compass remained silent, she knew its magic would always be with her, guiding her with the light of curiosity and the warmth of friendship. And so, in the cozy little village of Willowbrook, beneath the twinkling stars and the gentle song of the night, Clara's story became a cherished tale, reminding all who heard it that the journey of discovery was the greatest adventure of all. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the shadows danced gently on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new wonders waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 17. In a forest that was as old as time itself, where the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and the whisper of ancient trees, a hidden world thrived. This was a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical blurred, creating a tapestry of life that was both wondrous and serene. The forest was home to countless creatures, each playing a part in the grand symphony of nature. Among them was a wise old owl named Hoot, whose eyes mirrored the starlit sky and whose feathers were as soft as the twilight breeze. Hoot was the keeper of stories, the guardian of wisdom passed down through generations. Perched high in an ancient oak, he watched over the forest, ensuring the balance of life was maintained. In the heart of this enchanted realm, where the sun's rays danced upon the forest floor and the cool earth hummed with life, lived a gentle creature known as Bramble. With fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes like dewdrops on a spring morning, Bramble was a rabbit unlike any other. He was known for his kindness and his ability to listen to the whispers of the wind, which often carried secrets of the forest. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of dusk, Bramble hopped through a meadow where wildflowers swayed gently. The air was cool, carrying the crisp scent of approaching autumn, and the world was wrapped in the soft glow of the setting sun. It was here, where the earth met the sky in a symphony of colors, that Bramble often found solace. On this particular evening, as Bramble paused to nibble on a tender leaf, he noticed something unusual. The flowers, usually vibrant and full of life, seemed to droop, their colors fading into the muted tones of the encroaching twilight. Concerned, Bramble decided to seek the wisdom of Hoot, whose knowledge of the forest was as deep as the roots of the oldest trees. As night fell, casting a silver light over the forest, Bramble made his way to the ancient oak where Hoot resided. The path was lit by the gentle glow of fireflies, their luminescent bodies flickering like tiny stars fallen to earth. When Bramble reached the tree, Hoot was already waiting, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of the ages. "Wise Hoot," Bramble began, his voice as soft as the night itself. "The flowers in the meadow seem to have lost their spirit. I fear something is amiss in our forest." Hoot closed his eyes, listening to the murmurs of the wind and the rustling leaves. After a moment, he spoke, his voice a soothing melody that wrapped around Bramble like a comforting blanket. "It is the change of seasons, dear Bramble," Hoot explained. "Nature's balance is delicate, and as summer yields to autumn, the forest must prepare for the slumber of winter. The flowers are simply bidding farewell, making way for the cycles that sustain us all." Bramble nodded, understanding the importance of this natural cycle. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something more was at play. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Bramble asked, his heart filled with a desire to aid the forest he loved so dearly. Hoot, with a twinkle in his eye, shared a tale of the ancient spirits of the forest, who emerged during times of change to guide and nurture the land. These spirits, he said, were drawn to acts of kindness and harmony, and their presence could encourage the forest to flourish even in the most challenging times. Inspired by Hoot's story, Bramble decided to gather the creatures of the forest, hoping their collective goodwill would summon the spirits. As dawn broke, casting a golden light over the land, Bramble set out on his mission, his heart light with hope. Throughout the day, Bramble visited his friends, the cheerful squirrel named Tumble, who stored acorns with a joyful chatter, the graceful deer, Luna, whose elegant steps were like a dance upon the earth, and the playful fox, Russell, whose laughter was as infectious as the babbling brook. Each creature, touched by Bramble's sincerity, agreed to help. Together, they worked to spread seeds, nurture young plants, and clear fallen branches, creating a harmonious environment for all who called the forest home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, the forest began to transform. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and a soft glow enveloped the meadow, as if the very air shimmered with magic. From the depths of the forest, the spirits emerged, their forms ethereal and luminescent, like moonlight woven into shapes. They moved among the creatures, their touch revitalizing the flowers and trees, coaxing them into a vibrant bloom that defied the season's change. Bramble watched in awe as the spirits worked their magic, weaving a tapestry of life and color that celebrated the harmony of nature. The forest, once quiet and subdued, now sang with the joy of renewal, a testament to the power of unity and friendship. As the night deepened, the spirits began to fade, their work complete. Yet their presence lingered, a gentle reminder of the balance that sustained the forest. Bramble, with a heart full of gratitude, thanked the spirits and his friends, knowing that their actions had not only revitalized the forest, but had also strengthened the bonds between them. Hoot, watching from his perch, nodded in approval. "You have learned well, dear Bramble," he said, his voice a soft echo in the night. "True wisdom lies in understanding that we are all connected, and in nurturing those connections, we nurture the world." With the forest at peace and the stars glittering like diamonds above, Bramble returned to his burrow, his heart content. As he drifted into a gentle slumber, the forest cradled him in its embrace, a living testament to the harmony that nature, and those who dwell within it, can achieve. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced in perfect harmony, the creatures continued to live, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the enduring bonds of friendship. And though the seasons would change and the world would shift, their story remained, a gentle reminder of the beauty and balance that could be found in even the most hidden of lives. Story 18. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place called Lumendale. This village was unlike any other, for it was cradled by the gentle embrace of magic. The cobblestone streets were lined with cottages that had rooftops of soft moss, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, even in the depths of winter. In the heart of Lumendale, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Mira. Mira was known for her curious nature and her deep love for all living things. She had a knack for solving the smallest puzzles, whether it was untangling a knotted ball of yarn or finding the perfect spot in the garden where the sunflowers would thrive. One evening, as a soft golden light began to bathe the village in its warm embrace, Mira noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly at the center of the town square, had suddenly stopped ticking. This was unusual, for the clock tower was enchanted with ancient spells that ensured its hands would move with the rhythm of the world. Mira decided to investigate, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and wonder. She bundled herself in a cozy woolen shawl, its fabric woven with threads of silver that sparkled like moonlight, and set off towards the clock tower. As she walked, the gentle crunch of autumn leaves underfoot created a soothing melody that accompanied her journey. Upon reaching the tower, Mira noticed a small figure perched atop the clock's face, an owl, its feathers shimmering like polished bronze. The owl, named Solon, was the village's wise guardian, known for his knowledge of ancient lore and gentle guidance. "Good evening, Solon," Mira greeted, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. "Do you know why the clock has stopped?" Solon fluttered down to Mira's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Ah, dear Mira," he hooted, "it seems the magic that powers the clock is tangled, like a ball of yarn caught in the paws of a playful kitten." Mira nodded thoughtfully. "How can we untangle it, Solon?" "You must venture into the Whispering Woods," Solon advised, "and seek out the Elder Tree. It holds the knowledge of all things that grow and change, and it may guide you to the heart of the matter." With a gentle nod of thanks, Mira set off towards the woods. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their light as gentle and warm as a lullaby. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to whisper secrets to one another, their leaves rustling in the twilight breeze. Deep within the woods, Mira found the elder tree, its trunk ancient and gnarled, yet full of life. The tree's roots stretched deep into the earth, and its branches reached towards the heavens, cradling the stars in their embrace. "Welcome, Mira," the tree's voice echoed, resonating with a wisdom that spanned centuries. "What brings you to my grove?" Mira recounted the tale of the stopped clock, her words weaving through the air like a gentle stream. The elder tree listened patiently, its leaves quivering with understanding. "The magic of the clock has been disrupted by a small yet significant change," the tree explained. "A kind-hearted creature, a sprite named Lila, has taken refuge within the clock tower, seeking warmth as the nights grow colder." Mira's heart swelled with empathy. "How can we help Lila find a new home, so the clock may tick once more?" The elder tree's branches swayed thoughtfully. "In the grove, there lies an acorn, enchanted with the warmth of summer's embrace. Plant it near your home, and it will grow into a cozy haven for Lila." With gratitude in her heart, Mira thanked the elder tree and gently gathered the acorn, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. She made her way back to Lumendale, where the village slumbered peacefully under a blanket of stars. Upon returning, Mira carefully planted the acorn in the garden behind her cottage. As the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, a tiny tree began to sprout, its leaves shimmering with a gentle glow. It grew quickly, forming a snug little nook perfect for a sprite seeking shelter. The next evening, as the villagers gathered in the square, the clock tower's hands began to move once more, ticking with the rhythm of time. Lila, now settled in her new home, danced with joy, her laughter a gentle melody that filled the night air. Mira smiled, knowing that kindness and understanding had solved the mystery. The village of Lumendale returned to its peaceful routine, with the clock tower standing as a reminder of the magic that lay within the simplest acts of compassion. And so, with the clock ticking steadily and the stars twinkling in the night sky, Mira and her fellow villagers drifted into a restful slumber, their dreams cradled by the gentle magic of Lumendale. Story 19. Title: The Whispering Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling evergreen forest, there was a quaint village named Lumen Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone streets that wove like a tapestry through rows of timber-framed cottages, their thatched roofs dusted with moss. The air was perpetually scented with the aroma of pine and the sweet notes of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. This idyllic place was home to a remarkable friendship between a young boy named Finn and a wise, gentle fox named Ember. Finn was a curious soul with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with an unquenchable thirst for adventure. He lived with his grandmother, a kind-hearted woman who wove tales of magic and mystery by the fireside each evening, her stories as warm and inviting as the crackling flames themselves. Ember, on the other hand, was a fox with an unusual coat of silvery fur that shimmered like moonlight. He had lived in the forest longer than the oldest oak, moving silently through the underbrush with a grace that seemed almost ethereal. The village of Lumen Hollow was enveloped by the Enchanted Forest, a place said to be teeming with magic beyond comprehension. The villagers spoke of a hidden world within this forest, a realm only accessible to those with pure hearts and open minds. It was said that the forest held an ancient secret, guarded by a magical object known as the Whispering Lantern. This lantern was rumored to possess the ability to reveal hidden truths and illuminate paths unseen by ordinary eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun rose and painted the sky with strokes of gold and rose, Finn set out on a journey that would change him forever. His heart was filled with a longing to discover the secrets whispered about in his grandmother's stories. Ember, always drawn to the boy's adventurous spirit, padded silently beside him, his keen eyes scanning the forest as they entered its verdant embrace. The path ahead was dappled with sunlight, filtered through the canopy of towering trees. The forest floor was soft beneath their feet, carpeted with a tapestry of fallen leaves. As they ventured deeper, the symphony of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves became their constant companions. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp moss and the faint fragrance of distant blooms. After several hours of wandering, Finn and Ember stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a serene, otherworldly light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of an ancient guardian. Nestled among its roots was the Whispering Lantern, glowing with a soft, pulsing light that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the earth itself. Finn approached the lantern with a sense of awe, his fingers tingling as he reached out to touch its cool metallic surface. The moment his hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through him, and the lantern began to whisper. Its voice was a gentle breeze, carrying words that resonated deep within his soul. "Seek the truth, and let your heart be your guide," it murmured, its light flickering like a living flame. Ember sat quietly, his eyes reflecting the lantern's glow, as he watched his friend with a wisdom that transcended words. Finn turned to the fox, his heart swelling with gratitude for the companionship that had accompanied him on this journey. With Ember by his side, he felt an unshakable sense of courage and determination. Guided by the lantern's whispers, Finn and Ember ventured further into the forest. The path before them was uncharted, winding through thickets of wildflowers and past crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over smooth stones. The forest seemed to come alive around them, as if acknowledging their purpose with a gentle nod of approval. As days turned into weeks, Finn and Ember encountered many challenges. They crossed treacherous ravines on bridges of woven vines, navigated labyrinthine mazes of towering ferns, and faced the occasional storm that swept through the forest with a fury that seemed intent on testing their resolve. Yet, through each trial, the lantern's guidance never wavered, its whispers offering solace and direction. One evening, as the sky deepened to a velvety indigo and the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Finn and Ember arrived at a glistening lake. The water was as still and clear as polished glass, reflecting the heavens above with perfect clarity. In the center of the lake stood a small island, its shores adorned with vibrant flowers that glowed with an inner light. Feeling the pull of the lantern, Finn and Ember waded into the cool, welcoming water. As they swam, the lantern's light grew brighter, illuminating their path until they reached the island. There, on the island's highest point, stood a stone altar covered in ancient runes. Resting upon it was a small, intricately carved box. The lantern's whispers grew louder, urging Finn to open the box. With trembling hands, he lifted the lid, revealing a collection of shimmering crystals that glowed with a spectrum of colors. Each crystal seemed to pulse with its own life force, resonating with the very essence of the forest itself. As Finn picked up a crystal, a vision unfolded before his eyes. He saw the history of the enchanted forest, the lives and stories of the creatures who called it home, and the interconnectedness of all living things. He understood that the forest's magic was a gift meant to be shared, and that its true power lay in the bonds of friendship, love, and harmony. With newfound clarity, Finn realized that the journey had not been about finding the lantern or the crystals, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. The forest had taught him that true magic existed in the connections we forge with others and the kindness we show to the world around us. As dawn broke, casting the first rays of sunlight across the lake, Finn and Ember began their journey home. The lantern, now a part of Finn's heart, no longer needed to be carried. Its whispers had become a part of him, guiding him with a gentle, unwavering presence. When they finally emerged from the forest, the village of Lumen Hollow welcomed them with open arms. Finn was no longer the boy who had left weeks ago. He had grown into a young man with a deeper understanding of the world and his place within it. Ember, ever by his side, was not just a companion, but a true friend whose loyalty and wisdom had helped shape Finn's path. The villagers gathered around to hear the tale of their adventure, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of the hearth fires. Finn spoke of the whispering lantern, the hidden world within the forest, and the lessons he had learned. His words wove a tapestry of hope and wonder, inspiring those who listened to cherish the bonds they had with one another and the natural world. As the evening drew to a close, Finn and Ember sat by the fire, their hearts full of gratitude and contentment. The forest had shared its secrets, and in doing so, had helped them discover the true power of friendship and the magic that resides within each of us. And so, under a sky filled with stars and the gentle embrace of the enchanted forest, Finn and Ember drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that their story was just one of many that would continue to be told, whispered by the wind and carried on the wings of dreams. And in the heart of the forest, the whispering lantern glowed softly, its light a beacon of hope and friendship for all who sought its guidance. For in the end, it was not the lantern that held the magic, but the courage to embark on the journey and the love that illuminated their path. With that understanding, Finn and Ember knew that they were forever connected to the enchantment of the forest, and that their friendship would endure as a testament to the wonders of the world and the mysteries of the heart. Story 20. In a forest where whispers of magic threaded through the rustling leaves and the soft hum of the earth, there was a place known as the Glen of Seasons. This was a realm where the natural world and enchantment danced together in harmony, a sanctuary hidden from the eyes of those who could not see beyond the veil of the ordinary. Here, creatures of all kinds thrived, their lives intertwined with the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the Glen of Seasons began to stir with life. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Fireflies flickered like tiny stars in the underbrush, casting a gentle glow on the woodland floor. It was in this serene setting that a young deer named Bramble, with eyes as soft and brown as the forest floor, trotted through the grove. His hooves made a gentle rustle as they disturbed the fallen leaves, a symphony of nature's quiet song. Bramble was not alone in the glen. Overhead, the branches of ancient oaks and whispering willows stretched across the sky, their leaves rustling like 1,000 hushed voices. Perched among these branches was Nimbus, a wise old owl whose feathers were the color of the moonlit sky. Nimbus was the guardian of stories, the keeper of wisdom passed down from the elders of the forest. "Good evening, Nimbus," Bramble greeted, his voice a soft melody. The owl turned his round, golden eyes upon the young deer, nodding sagely. "Good evening, Bramble," Nimbus replied, his voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "What brings you here at this hour?" Bramble looked up, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of concern. "I feel a change in the air, Nimbus. The nights grow colder, and the winds whisper of unrest. What does it mean? Nimbus fluffed his feathers, considering the young deer's question. Ah, the winds of change, he mused. It is the time of the equinox, when balance must be restored between light and dark, warmth and cold. The forest around them seemed to listen, every creature pausing in their nightly tasks to hear the wisdom of Nimbus. The equinox was a time of transformation and magic, when the boundaries between the seasons blurred and the forest underwent its sacred renewal. Tell me more, Bramble urged, his heart eager to understand the mysteries that shaped their world. With a gentle hoot, Nimbus began his tale. Long ago, when the world was young and the first leaves unfurled, the seasons were wild and untamed. Summer's warmth would linger too long, and winter's chill would steal the blossoms of spring. It was then that the great spirits came together to weave a tapestry of balance. As Nimbus spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with his words. The rustling leaves sang of summer's joy, while the cool breeze carried the scent of winter's breath. Each creature in the glen felt the pull of the magic that bound their world together. The great spirits bestowed their gifts upon the forest, Nimbus continued, entrusting the creatures with the duty of maintaining harmony. Each season is tied to a guardian, a spirit who ensures that the world remains in balance. In spring, the gentle rains awaken the flowers. In summer, the sun's warmth nurtures the land. In autumn, the winds scatter seeds far and wide, and in winter, the snow blankets the earth in rest. Bramble listened intently, his heart swelling with the beauty of the tale. "And what of the equinox?" he asked. "The equinox is a time of transition," Nimbus replied, his voice a gentle whisper. "It is when the guardians come together to pass the mantle and prepare the forest for the changes to come. But this year, the balance is threatened. The winds have forgotten their dance, and the leaves cling too tightly to their branches." Bramble shivered, though not from the cold. The thought of the forest out of balance was unsettling. "What can we do, Nimbus?" he asked, determination flickering in his eyes like the glow of the fireflies. Nimbus looked down at Bramble, a fondness in his gaze. "It is said that when the forest falters, it is the heart of the creatures that can mend it. You, Bramble, must seek the counsel of the guardians, find the spirit of autumn, and learn what ails the wind." Bramble nodded, feeling the weight of his task settle upon him. With a final farewell to Nimbus, he set off through the glen, guided by the silvery light of the moon that peeked through the canopy. The path ahead was dappled with shadows, each step a quiet note in the symphony of the night. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the scent of fallen leaves intensified. It was here, in a grove of towering maples, that Bramble found the spirit of autumn. The spirit was a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with leaves of crimson and gold. His presence was regal, yet his eyes were warm as he gazed upon Bramble. "Young one, you seek the way of the wind?" the spirit of autumn asked, his voice like the rustle of leaves caught in a gentle breeze. "Yes, noble spirit," Bramble replied, bowing his head respectfully. "The winds have lost their way, and the balance of the forest is at risk." The spirit of autumn nodded, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "The winds are troubled, for they carry the burdens of the world. They have forgotten their song, and so the leaves cannot fall. You must remind them, Bramble. You must help them find their dance once more." Bramble felt a surge of courage, bolstered by the spirit's faith in him. "But how, spirit of autumn? How can I help them remember?" The spirit lowered his head, touching Bramble's brow with his antlers. "Listen to the forest, young one. The answer lies in the whispers of the trees and the murmur of the streams. Trust in the wisdom of those who came before." With those words, Bramble felt a warmth spread through him, like the embrace of the sun on a crisp autumn day. He knew what he must do. Thanking the spirit of autumn, he turned and made his way back through the forest, his heart guided by the whispers of the ancient trees. As he journeyed, Bramble listened closely to the sounds around him. The wind, though quiet, began to hum a familiar tune, one that spoke of the stories told by Nimbus and the wisdom of the spirit of autumn. It was a song of change, of letting go and embracing what lies ahead. Finally, he reached a clearing where the wind danced freely, unhindered by branches or leaves. Standing there, Bramble closed his eyes and let the melody of the forest fill him. With each breath, he felt the rhythm of the earth beneath his hooves, and the song of the wind echoed in his heart. Slowly, he began to move, mimicking the dance of the leaves as they swirled in the air. His steps were light, his movements fluid, as he let the magic of the equinox guide him. The wind responded, picking up his dance and carrying it through the trees, a gentle ripple of harmony that brushed against the leaves and coaxed them to join in the dance. As the night wore on, the forest awoke to the music of the wind, and the leaves, once clinging to their branches, released their hold and fluttered to the ground in a cascade of color. The balance was restored, and the Glen of Seasons sang with the joy of renewal. When Bramble finally rested, the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft pastels. The forest around him was transformed, the ground blanketed in a tapestry of vibrant leaves. Nimbus, perched above, watched with pride as the young deer returned to him. "You have done well, Bramble," Nimbus said, his voice filled with warmth. "The winds have found their song, and the forest is at peace." Bramble looked around, his heart filled with contentment. The lessons of the forest, passed down through the ages, had guided him well. He had learned that even the smallest creature could play a part in the grand tapestry of life, that harmony was a song sung by many voices, each one vital and unique. As the sun rose, casting its golden light upon the glen, Bramble knew that he would carry the wisdom of the forest with him always. And in the Glen of Seasons, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship. Story 21. In the heart of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like distant fireflies, lay a small, vibrant planet named Celestara. Its skies were a perpetual twilight, painted with swirling hues of pink and purple. Here, beneath the gentle glow of twin moons, lived a variety of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. From the lush emerald forests of Lumina came a curious creature named Thalor. Thalor was a Lumini, a being with glistening scales that shimmered like dewdrops in the morning sun. He had wide, compassionate eyes and a tail that flickered with an iridescent glow, mirroring his emotions. Thalor was known for his gentle heart and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, often found with his nose buried in ancient scrolls or exploring the verdant landscapes of his home. Far across the galaxy, on the icy planet of Frostara, lived a being of quite a different nature. Her name was Lyra, a Frostari, with skin as translucent as ice and hair that flowed like liquid silver. The Frostari were renowned for their wisdom and their ability to communicate through the harmonious vibrations of their crystalline voices. Lyra, though wise beyond her years, was often misunderstood by those who could not hear the subtle symphony of her thoughts. Fate, in its whimsical nature, decided that these two beings, so different in origin, would cross paths. Thalor, driven by his desire to learn about the cosmos, embarked on a journey to Frostara, eager to experience the crystalline beauty he had only read about. Meanwhile, Lyra, intrigued by tales of Lumina's lush forests, ventured to Celestara to experience life beyond her frosty home. Their meeting was not a grand affair, but a simple, unexpected encounter in a clearing bathed in moonlight. Thalor, fascinated by the way the moonlight danced upon the Frostari's skin, approached Lyra with a friendly wave of his glowing tail. However, the Lumini's natural luminescence startled Lyra, causing her to retreat into the shadows, her voice resonating a note of caution. Misunderstandings blossomed like thorny vines between them, as their differences seemed too vast a chasm to bridge. Thalor's exuberance often overwhelmed Lyra, who preferred the calm and quiet of her own thoughts. Yet, beneath the surface of their initial reluctance lay a burgeoning curiosity that neither could ignore. A turning point arrived when a cosmic storm swept across Celestara, its fierce winds threatening to uproot trees and scatter the inhabitants. Thalor, caught in the tumult, found himself trapped beneath a fallen branch. His scales, which usually sparkled with life, now flickered dimly with worry. Lyra, witnessing his plight, felt a tug of empathy. Her crystalline voice, usually a private symphony, resonated across the clearing as she called for help, her notes weaving through the chaos. Other creatures of the forest, drawn by the melody of Lyra's song, came to Thalor's aid. Together they lifted the branch and freed him. In that moment, Thalor saw not a stranger, but a friend who had reached out with kindness and courage. Lyra, in turn, realized the depth of Thaler's gratitude through the gentle glow of his scales, which now shone brightly with warmth. The storm's aftermath brought a newfound understanding between the two. Thalor, eager to express his thanks, shared stories of Lumina's wonders, while Lyra opened up about the serene beauty of Frostara. They learned to appreciate the music in each other's worlds, and the misunderstandings that once divided them became stepping stones towards a deeper connection. As days turned into nights and back again, Thalor and Lyra faced challenges together. They navigated the dense forests and icy plains, their differences complementing each other like pieces of a cosmic puzzle. Thalor's knowledge of the land guided them through treacherous paths, while Lyra's wisdom illuminated the way forward when they encountered obstacles. In their shared adventures, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, not in the absence of differences, but in the acceptance and celebration of them. Thalor learned to listen to the silent symphony of Lyra's heart, while Lyra found joy in the vibrant energy of Thalor's spirit. Their bond became a bridge between worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and kindness. As the twin moons of Celestara set on their final night together, Thalor and Lyra stood side by side, gazing at the vast expanse of stars above. The gentle breeze carried the whispers of the forest, wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. They knew that their paths would soon diverge, yet their hearts would remain forever intertwined, connected by the memories they had forged. In the end, they parted not with sorrow, but with a sense of fulfillment and hope. For in the vastness of the universe, they had found a friendship that transcended the stars, a bond that would light their way, no matter where their journeys led. And as the night deepened, the warmth of their shared experiences lingered like a gentle glow, a beacon of friendship, shining brightly in the heart of the galaxy. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of curiosity and a mind that danced with dreams. Her days were spent wandering the emerald fields and sun-dappled glades, always on the lookout for something extraordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves fluttered like golden butterflies around her, Lila stumbled upon an old, weathered satchel tucked beneath the roots of an ancient oak. The satchel, worn and stitched with care, called to her with a quiet hum. Intrigued, she gently lifted it from its resting place, feeling the soft leather warm under her touch. Inside, Lila found a collection of peculiar items: a silver spoon that shimmered like moonlight, a glass marble that glowed with swirling colors, and a small, delicate feather that seemed to hum with a gentle melody. As she held the feather, a soft, lilting voice filled her mind, whispering secrets of the world unseen. "That is no ordinary feather," spoke the voice, gentle as a breeze. "It belongs to the nightingale of twilight, a bird known to weave dreams with its song." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Who are you?" she asked, looking around for the source of the voice. "I am Eldrin," the voice replied, "a spirit of guidance, here to help those with open hearts and curious minds." With Eldrin's encouragement, Lila embarked on a journey of discovery, carrying the satchel and its magical contents. Her path led her through the village and into the heart of the enchanted forest, where soft whispers and rustling leaves created a symphony of mystery. Along the way, Lila met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who moved with a deliberate grace, and a playful squirrel named Whisk, whose laughter was like tinkling bells. These companions joined her, each lending their unique gifts to the journey ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila and her friends reached the edge of a sparkling lake. The water shimmered under the emerging stars, reflecting their light like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Eldrin's voice whispered again, guiding Lila to the lake's edge. "The nightingale's song can only be heard by those who truly listen with their hearts." Lila closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze caress her cheeks and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. She listened, not with her ears, but with the depths of her being. Slowly, the world around her faded into a serene hush, and a soft, melodious song began to fill the air. The song spoke of dreams and wishes, of courage and kindness. It wove stories of friendship and the beauty found in the simplest of things. As the notes danced around her, Lila felt a warmth spread through her heart, like the comforting embrace of a dear friend. With newfound understanding, Lila realized that true magic lay not in the objects she carried, but in the connections she made and the love she shared. The journey had changed her, not through grand adventures, but through the gentle, quiet wisdom she had discovered along the way. As the night deepened, Lila, Thistle, and Whisk returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits aglow. The satchel, now a cherished companion, held not just magical items, but the memories of a journey that would stay with them forever. And so, in the cozy warmth of her home, with the crackling fireplace casting soft shadows on the walls, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle song of the nightingale of twilight. And in that sleep she knew that she was never alone, surrounded always by the whispers of wisdom and the warmth of friendship. The end. Story 23. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and fields of whispering wheat, there lived a young boy named Oliver. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched roof cottages, was a place where time seemed to slow and the air was sweet with the scent of lilacs. Oliver, with his tousled chestnut hair and curious hazel eyes, was known for his boundless imagination and gentle spirit. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Oliver was exploring the attic of his grandmother's cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with dusty trunks and cobwebbed corners. As he rummaged through the sepia-toned past, Oliver stumbled upon an old, ornate mirror hidden beneath a faded quilt. The mirror was unlike any he had seen before. Its frame was intricately carved with twining vines and tiny, delicate flowers, seemingly alive in their frozen dance. As Oliver gently wiped away the layers of dust, he noticed something peculiar. The reflection in the mirror shimmered and swirled as if it were a pool of liquid silver, rather than plain glass. Curiosity piqued, Oliver leaned closer. As his fingers brushed against the cool surface, a soft melodic hum filled the attic, resonating like the gentle pluck of a harp string. With a flicker, the mirror's surface transformed, revealing a landscape of lush, verdant forests and sparkling azure rivers, a world different yet achingly familiar. "Welcome, dear traveler," a voice as soft as a summer breeze whispered. Startled, Oliver glanced around, but found no one else in the attic. The voice, it seemed, came from the mirror itself. "Who are you?" Oliver asked, his voice a mixture of awe and apprehension. "I am the guardian of reflections," the voice replied. "And you, Oliver, are chosen to embark on a journey of discovery and wonder." Before Oliver could respond, the mirror's surface rippled once more, and he felt a gentle tug, as if the world within was inviting him in. A sense of warmth and safety enveloped him, and with a flutter of excitement, Oliver stepped through. He found himself standing in a sun-dappled glade, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang a chorus of trills and warbles, and a gentle breeze danced through the leaves. In this new world, colors seemed more vibrant, and the very air hummed with magic. "Welcome, Oliver," chirped a voice from above. Looking up, Oliver saw a small, plump bird with feathers of brilliant blue and eyes twinkling like tiny sapphires. "I'm Pippin," the bird introduced itself, fluttering down to perch on Oliver's shoulder. "And I am Marigold," chimed another voice, this one belonging to a petite golden fox with a bushy tail and a mischievous glint in her eyes. She trotted up to Oliver, her movements as graceful as a dancer's. Together, Pippin and Marigold would be Oliver's guides in this magical realm. They led him along winding paths and over babbling brooks, sharing stories of the land and its many wonders. Oliver listened, enraptured, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of amber and gold, Pippin and Marigold brought Oliver to a great ancient tree at the heart of the forest. Its gnarled branches stretched skyward, and its roots wove a tapestry upon the forest floor. "This is the Tree of Whispers," Marigold explained, her voice reverent. "It holds the wisdom of ages past, but it is troubled, and its whispers have grown faint." Oliver stepped closer, placing a hand against the tree's rough bark. He could feel the faintest vibration, a gentle thrum like a heartbeat. Closing his eyes, he listened, letting his heart open to the tree's silent song. "The tree speaks of a shadow," Pippin said softly, a darkness that seeks to shroud this land in silence. Oliver felt a pang of determination. He had to help, but how? He was just a boy, without magic or might. Then he remembered the mirror and its guardian's words. This journey was one of discovery and wonder. Maybe it's not about fighting, Oliver mused aloud, but about understanding. With newfound resolve, Oliver asked the tree to share its story, to show him the world through its eyes. As he stood there, still and listening, images began to unfurl in his mind, of a time when the land was vibrant and the whispers clear, and of the shadow, a creeping fog of forgetfulness. The shadow feeds on neglect, Marigold said softly, on the moments we forget to pause and listen. Oliver nodded, understanding dawning like the first light of dawn. He realized that the solution was not to battle the shadow, but to rekindle the light of awareness, to remind the villagers of the beauty and magic that surrounded them. With the help of Pippin and Marigold, Oliver crafted a plan. They would share the tree's story with the villagers, inviting them to visit and listen, to remember and cherish the whispers of their world. As they journeyed back to the village, Oliver felt a change within him. He had come to understand the power of empathy and the importance of being present. It was a quiet strength, gentle yet unwavering. Upon returning home, Oliver gathered his family and friends, sharing the tale of the Tree of Whispers and the shadow that threatened their land. Together they visited the forest, each taking a moment to listen and reflect. As the villagers reconnected with the world around them, the shadow began to fade, replaced by a warmth that spread like sunshine after the rain. The tree's whispers grew stronger, a melody of hope and harmony that filled the forest. That evening, as Oliver lay in bed, the window open to the night's cool breeze and the distant song of crickets, he felt a deep sense of peace. He had discovered a world beyond the ordinary, a world where kindness and understanding held the power to transform. And so, with the gentle lullaby of the forest as his guide, Oliver drifted into a restful sleep, his heart light and his dreams filled with wonder. Story 24. The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a land where the sun bathed the hills in golden hues and the rivers sang songs of ancient times, nestled the quaint village of Lyris. Lyris was a place where the air always seemed to carry a hint of lavender, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed softly even at dusk. It was a village surrounded by lush green woods, known to the locals as the Whispering Woods, a name born of the gentle breezes that seemed to carry faint murmurs through the trees. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Marin. Marin was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder and her heart full of questions. She had a love for stories, especially those told by her grandmother, who had a knack for spinning tales of magic and mystery that left Marin's imagination dancing long into the night. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village prepared for the night, Marin sat by the crackling fireplace in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The walls were adorned with shelves brimming with books, and an old tapestry depicting the Whispering Woods hung above the mantel. Her grandmother, with her silver hair tied neatly in a bun, sat in her favorite rocking chair, gazing into the flames. "Grandmother," Marin began, her voice barely above a whisper, "tell me about the Whispering Woods." Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like the tinkling of small bells. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," she mused, her eyes sparkling with the light of the fire. "It's said that the woods hide a secret world, one that is only visible to those who truly believe in the magic of nature." Marin leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of secret world?" she asked eagerly. Her grandmother paused, her gaze drifting to the tapestry. "A world where the trees speak in riddles, the streams hum with melodies, and creatures of kindness dwell. But remember, Marin, not all who wander through the woods can find it. It takes a heart open to the unknown and a mind willing to listen." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement, and as she lay in bed that night, the words of her grandmother's tale danced around her mind. She drifted to sleep, dreaming of tall trees that whispered secrets and streams that sang lullabies. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the sky a canvas of brilliant blue. Marin awoke with a sense of purpose, a feeling that today was meant for adventure. She dressed quickly, pulling on her favorite green cloak, the one that matched the color of the forest. and set out towards the whispering woods, her mind alight with possibilities. As she entered the woods, the familiar sense of pine and earth enveloped her, grounding her in the present moment. She followed the winding paths, her footsteps light on the carpet of fallen leaves. With each step, the world around her seemed to grow more alive, the trees arching overhead like guardians of an ancient secret. After what felt like hours of wandering, Maren found herself in a small clearing, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above in dappled patterns that danced on the forest floor. She sat on a moss-covered stone, allowing herself a moment to soak in the tranquility that surrounded her. It was then that she heard it, a soft melodic hum that seemed to emanate from a nearby stream. The sound was unlike anything she had heard before, a gentle tune that spoke of timeless tales and hidden wonders. Maren rose, following the sound until she reached the stream, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. Kneeling by the edge, she listened intently, her heart open to the magic of the moment. As she watched, the water seemed to shimmer and shift, revealing the reflection of a small, winged creature perched on a nearby rock. The creature was unlike anything Maren had ever seen, its wings iridescent and its eyes bright with intelligence. "Hello," Maren whispered, not wanting to startle the creature. To her surprise, the creature tilted its head, its voice a soft musical chime. "Hello, child of the woods. What brings you to our hidden realm?" Maren's heart skipped a beat. "I came seeking the secrets of the whispering woods," she replied, her voice filled with awe. The creature regarded her with a knowing gaze. Few are those who hear the music of the stream and see the world beyond the veil. You have a heart attuned to the whispers of the earth. Maren felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging that she couldn't quite explain. "Will you show me more?" she asked, her voice barely above a breath. The creature nodded, its wings fluttering gently. "Follow me," it said, rising into the air. Maren followed, her steps light and her spirit eager. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, the air growing cooler and the light softer. The trees seemed to part before them, revealing a path that wound through the forest like a ribbon of light. As they walked, Maren noticed creatures peeking out from behind trees, their eyes curious and friendly. There were foxes with fur as bright as flame, rabbits with coats of silvery moonlight, and birds that sang in harmonies that wove stories of old. The path led them to a glen where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches entwined to create a canopy that shimmered like a cathedral of green and gold. In the center stood a grand oak, its trunk gnarled and ancient, its bark etched with patterns that told tales of centuries past. The winged creature alighted on a branch, gesturing for Maren to approach. "This is the heart of our world," it said, its voice reverent. "Here, the magic of the woods is strongest." Maren stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. She reached out, her fingers brushing the bark of the oak, and as she did, she felt a pulse of energy, a connection to the earth that thrummed through her very being. Closing her eyes, she listened to the whispers of the trees, the gentle rustling of leaves that spoke of harmony and balance. She realized then that this hidden world was not just a place of magic, but a reflection of the beauty and kindness that existed in the heart of nature. Days turned into weeks, and Maren found herself returning to the Whispering Woods time and time again. Each visit revealed new wonders, new lessons in the language of trees and streams. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with eyes unclouded by doubt, and in doing so she discovered a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. The winged creature, whom she came to know as Lila, became her guide and friend, sharing stories of the woods and teaching Maren the art of harmony. Together, they explored hidden glades and secret groves, their laughter echoing through the trees like a song of joy. One evening, as they sat by the stream and watched the sun set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila turned to Maren, her eyes thoughtful. "You have grown, Maren," she said, her voice warm with affection. "Your heart is now a part of this world, and you carry its magic within you." Maren smiled, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. "I've learned so much from you, from the woods," she replied. "I never knew how connected everything is, how every leaf and stone holds a story." Lila nodded, her wings catching the last light of the day. "Remember, the magic of the woods is within you, wherever you go. Share it with others, and let the world see the beauty that lies in harmony and kindness. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Marin knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had found friendship in unexpected places, learned to listen to the whispers of the earth, and uncovered the magic that lay within herself. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin stood, bidding farewell to Lila and the hidden world she had come to love. As she made her way back to the village, the path lit by the gentle glow of fireflies, she knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, a place of wonder and wisdom that she could carry with her wherever her journey might lead. And so, with the stars as her guide and the whispers of the woods as her song, Marin walked into the night, her heart alight with the magic of a world unseen, yet ever present in the quiet beauty of nature and the gentle kindness of those who dared to believe. And thus ends the tale of Marin and the Whispering Woods, a story of discovery, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with whispers of wonder and the gentle embrace of nature's timeless lullaby. Story 25. Once, in a quaint village nestled between the Whispering Woods and a sapphire-blue lake, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her life was as serene as the gentle ripples on the lake, and her heart was as warm as the golden rays of the morning sun. Amara loved to wander through the woods, where the trees stood like ancient guardians, and the earth was soft with fallen leaves. She often imagined the rustling leaves were secret conversations between the woodland creatures. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and crimson, Amara's curiosity led her to an untrodden path. This path was hidden behind a curtain of ivy and seemed to beckon her with an air of mystery. As she followed the winding trail, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an old oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, with branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree's boughs, nestled in a bed of moss, lay an object that caught the fading light, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and flowers, and it seemed to hum softly, as if whispering secrets of the forest. Amara knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing the carvings. With a gentle push, the lid creaked open to reveal a shimmering stone, no bigger than a robin's egg. It glowed with a soft, iridescent light that shifted through shades of green and blue, casting a calm luminescence in the dusky clearing. Suddenly a soft voice drifted through the air, as light as a breeze. "Ah, you have found the heart of the forest," it said. Startled, Amara looked around and saw a small squirrel perched on a low branch, its eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. "I am Pippin," the squirrel chattered, flicking his bushy tail. "The guardian of this part of the woods. The stone you hold is a gift, but with it comes a journey." "A journey?" Amara repeated, her voice a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Indeed," Pippin nodded. "The heart of the forest grants the ability to hear the whispers of nature itself, but it also seeks a heart willing to learn and grow. You must embark on a path of discovery, guided by the voices of the forest." Amara, feeling a gentle tug of adventure, agreed. She tucked the stone safely into her pocket, feeling its warmth against her skin. With Pippin as her guide, she ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees grew denser and the light filtered through in dappled patterns. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive with sound. The rustling leaves told tales of the wind's travels, the babbling brook recounted its journey from the mountains, and the birds sang of lands far away. Amara listened, her heart swelling with wonder at the stories each voice shared. Their path led them to a glade where the sun shone brightly, illuminating a circle of wildflowers. In the center of the circle sat an old tortoise, its shell worn and etched with the passage of time. This was Elder Tully, the wise sage of the forest. "Welcome, young one," Elder Tully greeted, his voice deep and soothing. "You seek wisdom, and wisdom you shall find. But first you must face a challenge." Amara nodded, eager to learn. "What must I do?" Elder Tully's eyes twinkled kindly. "You must solve the riddle of harmony. It is a lesson many seek, but few truly understand. Listen carefully to the voices of the forest, and they will guide you." With these words, Elder Tully retreated into his shell, leaving Amara to ponder the meaning of his riddle. She sat in the center of the wildflower circle, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest envelop her. The brook's laughter mingled with the rustle of leaves, and the birds' melodies wove through the air like a gentle breeze. Amidst this chorus, Amara began to understand. Each sound was unique, yet together they created a harmonious whole. The forest thrived not because each voice dominated, but because each voice found its place within the greater song. Her heart light with newfound insight, Amara turned to Pippin. "I think I understand now. Harmony is about balance and understanding, letting each voice be heard without drowning out the others." Pippin nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Indeed, young one, you have learned the lesson well." With her heart full of gratitude and her mind alight with wisdom, Amara returned to the village, the heart of the forest nestled safely in her pocket. She carried with her the gentle voices of the forest, a reminder of the beauty and harmony and the strength found in unity. As she lay in bed that night, the moon casting a silvery glow through her window, Amara felt a profound sense of peace. She now understood that the world held countless stories and secrets, and that sometimes all one needed to do was listen. And so, with the forest's whispers still echoing softly in her dreams, Amara drifted into a restful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that she was a part of something much larger than herself, a world where every voice, no matter how small, mattered. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a little girl named Willow. Her golden hair shimmered like the sun peeking through the trees, and her eyes sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 untold stories. One day, as Willow was playing among the wildflowers that dotted the forest floor, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Amid the vibrant petals lay a gleaming acorn, but this was no ordinary acorn. It seemed to emanate a warm, gentle glow, as if infused with magic. Willow's curiosity got the better of her, and she reached out to touch the acorn. As her fingertips grazed its surface, a sudden rush of energy surged through her body, and she found herself transported to a hidden world within the heart of the forest. This realm was unlike anything Willow had ever seen before. Towering trees with twisted branches stretched towards the sky, their leaves shimmering with 1,000 hues. The very air seemed to hum with the whispers of ancient secrets. As Willow wandered deeper into this wondrous place, she encountered a friendly badger named Burrows. With a twinkle in his eye and a warm smile, he welcomed her to the realm of the woodland creatures. Burrows explained that the acorn Willow had found was a powerful talisman, a key that unlocked the hidden world for those pure of heart. He then revealed that a great evil had taken root in the forest, threatening to consume the magic that kept this realm alive. With a heavy heart, Burrows confided that only Willow, with her innocence and courage, could undertake the quest to vanquish this darkness. Although initially hesitant, Willow knew in her heart that she couldn't turn her back on her newfound friends. And so began an extraordinary journey, one that would challenge Willow in ways she never imagined. She befriended a wise old owl named Sage, who guided her through the perilous twists and turns of the forest, imparting ancient wisdom and warning her of the treacherous pitfalls that lay ahead. Along the way, Willow encountered a multitude of enchanting creatures, each with their own unique tale to tell. There was Flutterby, a mischievous sprite who danced among the sunbeams, and Ripplebrook, a gentle stream that whispered secrets of the past. But not all the creatures Willow encountered were friendly. She faced fierce challenges from the Bramble wolves, snarling beasts with thorns for fur, and the mushroom mischief makers, who delighted in leading unsuspecting travelers astray. Through it all, Willow's courage and determination never wavered. She learned to harness the magic of the acorn, using its power to overcome obstacles and protect her newfound friends. As she journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Willow discovered that the evil she sought to vanquish was none other than the Shadow Blight, a malevolent force that fed on the fears and doubts of the woodland creatures. In a breathtaking confrontation, Willow faced the Shadow Blight head-on, summoning the light of the acorn to banish the darkness. But it was not her magic alone that triumphed. It was the strength of her friendships, forged through countless trials and tribulations, that ultimately prevailed. With the shadow blight vanquished, the forest was restored to its former glory, and the woodland creatures rejoiced. Willow had not only saved their home, but had also undergone a profound transformation herself. She had learned the true meaning of courage, the power of friendship, and the importance of embracing one's inner light. As she prepared to return to her own world, Willow knew that the memories and lessons she had gained in the hidden realm would forever guide her path. And so, with a heavy heart but a soul enriched by her experiences, Willow bid farewell to her woodland friends, promising to keep the magic of their world alive in her heart. As she emerged from the forest, clutching the acorn tightly in her hand, Willow felt a newfound sense of wonder and purpose. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that countless adventures awaited her, each one a chance to embrace the magic that dwelled within and to share it with others. From that day forth, Willow carried the spirit of the enchanted forest with her, a constant reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and courage could guide her way. And whenever she felt lost or afraid, she need only close her eyes and remember the wondrous world that had forever changed her heart. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a realm where the sky blushed with shades of lavender and the breeze carried the scent of blooming jasmine, there lay a quaint village called Wisteria Hollow. Nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, it was a place where the gentle hum of nature's symphony lulled every creature to sleep beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. In this village, there lived a young woman named Marin. Marin was a quiet soul with eyes the color of mossy stones and hair that flowed like autumn leaves in the wind. Though her heart was kind and her intentions pure, Marin found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl around her life. She felt tethered to a past that no longer fit, as if she were a butterfly trapped in a cocoon of her own making. Every morning, Marin would wander to the edge of the village, where a great willow tree stood sentinel by the babbling brook. Its branches swayed gently, whispering secrets of the forest to anyone who would listen. Marin often sat beneath this tree, her fingers tracing the grooves of its ancient bark, seeking solace in its steadfast presence. One particularly serene afternoon, as the sun dappled the earth with golden light, Marin noticed something peculiar. A single leaf, shimmering with iridescent hues, drifted down from the willow and landed softly in her lap. As she picked it up, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips, and she heard a voice, delicate as the tinkling of bells, echo in her mind. "You must let go to grow." Startled, Marin looked around, but found no one. The village was quiet, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves. Yet she felt a strange comfort in those whispered words, as if the tree itself had spoken, encouraging her on a journey she had yet to understand. Marin knew she needed guidance. She sought out her dear friend Lila, a wise old woman who lived in a cozy cottage just beyond the village. Lila was known for her gentle wisdom and the warmth of her hearth, always welcoming those in search of counsel. Her home was filled with the rich scent of herbs and the soft glow of candlelight, casting a comforting ambiance that wrapped around visitors like a soft shawl. As Marin recounted her encounter with the willow, Lila listened intently, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Ah, the willow speaks of change, my dear," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is in the letting go that we find room to blossom. Perhaps the magic of Wisteria Hollow is trying to guide you." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Marin asked, "But how do I begin to let go? What if I am not ready?" Lila smiled, her hands working deftly to weave lavender sprigs into a crown. "Change is like the turning of seasons, child. It cannot be rushed, nor can it be avoided. Embrace the magic around you, and you will find that change is not something to fear, but to welcome." With newfound resolve, Marin thanked Lila and returned to the willow tree, her heart a little lighter, her mind a little clearer. She began to visit the tree more often, each visit marking a small step in her journey of transformation. She noticed how the leaves turned with the seasons, how the brook continued its journey, unperturbed by the stones in its path. One evening, as the village settled into twilight and the sky painted itself with the deep hues of dusk, Marin sat beneath the willow and closed her eyes. She imagined herself as a leaf on the wind, free to dance and twirl, unhindered by the weight of what once was. As she did, she felt a gentle warmth blossom in her heart, a lightness she hadn't known before. That night, as Maren slept, she dreamed of soaring through the sky, her wings catching the moonlight. She awoke with a sense of clarity, a realization that she was indeed transforming, shedding the layers of doubt and fear that had held her back. The magic of Wisteria Hollow had taken root within her, nurturing her growth like the sun nurtures the earth. Over time, Maren found herself more attuned to the rhythm of the world around her. She began to embrace the changes, both big and small, that life presented. With the support of Lila and the quiet wisdom of the willow, she discovered the joy of personal growth, the beauty in becoming who she was meant to be. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, her newfound confidence like a beacon of light. She became a source of inspiration, her story a gentle reminder that transformation is a natural part of life, one that weaves us closer to the heart of who we truly are. And so, in the peaceful village of Wisteria Hollow, Maren continued her journey, her spirit as vibrant as the shimmering leaves of the great willow tree. She had learned that true magic lies not in resisting change, but in embracing it, allowing the winds of transformation to carry us to new heights. As the seasons turned and the stars watched over the slumbering village, Maren's heart was at peace, knowing she had found her place in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life. And in this tranquil corner of the world, the gentle promise of personal discovery lingered in the air, whispering to all who would listen that growth, much like the dawn, is a beautiful inevitability. Story 28. In the heart of a sprawling valley, where verdant hills kissed the horizon and rivers sang gentle lullabies to the sky, lay the village of Elderglen. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the ancient trees to whisper stories of old into the ears of those willing to listen. In this tranquil village lived a young woman named Leora, whose heart was as gentle as the breeze that danced through the meadows. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the land, her soul resonating with the rhythm of the earth beneath her feet. She spent her days wandering through fields of wildflowers and beneath the boughs of the towering oaks, feeling a pull towards something she could not quite name. Her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes like polished amber, often spoke of a legacy woven into their family, one that stretched back to the days when magic was as common as the rain. On a crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and rust, Leora's grandmother beckoned her closer. "There is something I must show you," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. She led Leora to an ancient chest, its wood worn smooth by time and care. With a reverent touch, she opened it to reveal a collection of artifacts, each imbued with a history that seemed to hum in the air. There was a delicate necklace, its pendant a small, intricately carved stone that shimmered with an inner light. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the Heartstone, a gift from the earth itself to our family. It holds the wisdom of our ancestors and the power to guide those who carry it." Leora held the stone in her hand, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. As she looked into its depths, she saw a tapestry of images, her ancestors tending the land, gathering under the stars, and passing down stories that bound them together. The stone seemed to pulse with a life of its own, whispering secrets of the past and promises for the future. With the Heartstone around her neck, Leora set out to uncover the legacy that had been entrusted to her. Her journey took her to the farthest reaches of the valley, where ancient groves stood sentinel and the wind carried the echoes of forgotten songs. Each step she took was a step closer to understanding the roots that anchored her to this place. In the heart of the forest, beneath a canopy of emerald leaves, Leora met Eleanor, a gentle guardian of the woods with eyes like the forest floor after rain. Eleanor spoke of the balance between nature and humankind, of the sacred duty to protect and cherish the land. "Our ancestors understood the harmony of life," she said, "and it is a harmony we must strive to maintain." As Leora listened, she felt the Heartstone grow warm against her skin, as if affirming Eleanor's words. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering her heritage, but about embracing the responsibility that came with it. It was a lesson as old as the hills themselves, a reminder that true belonging came from knowing one's place in the world and caring for it. With renewed purpose, Leora returned to Elderglen, her heart full of the stories and wisdom she had gathered. She shared her journey with the village, weaving together the threads of past and present into a tapestry of unity and understanding. The Heartstone, now a symbol of their shared heritage, was passed from hand to hand, its light illuminating the path they would walk together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the valley, Leora sat beside her grandmother, the fireplace crackling warmly in the hearth. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the soft murmur of the fire, a lullaby that spoke of home. In that moment, Leora knew she had found her place, a place where the legacy of her ancestors would continue to flourish, nurtured by the love and wisdom of those who cherished it. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village of Elderglen slept, cradled in the embrace of the valley, its heart beating in time with the earth. Leora closed her eyes, the Heartstone resting against her chest, and drifted into dreams as timeless as the land itself, dreams that promised a future rich with promise and peace. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The village was a sanctuary of peace, with cottages that wore ivy like a comforting shawl and gardens that overflowed with daisies and daffodils. The air was always infused with the sweet scent of honey and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees provided a comforting background melody. In Willow Hollow, there lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as gentle as the morning dew. She had a knack for noticing the smallest details, the way the breeze tickled the grass, or how the stars seemed to wink at her from the vast velvet sky. Her special gift was her unyielding curiosity, which often led her on small adventures around the village. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and gold, Lyra noticed something unusual. The village's beloved firefly lanterns, which usually twinkled like earthbound stars, were flickering erratically. Their glow was dimming, casting only faint shadows instead of the usual warm, inviting light. Lyra's curiosity was piqued, and she decided to investigate. With the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the cool whisper of the evening air on her skin, she made her way to the village square, where the largest of the firefly lanterns hung like a guiding beacon. As she approached, she was joined by her dear friend Rowan, a wise old tortoise whose shell bore the colors of ancient forest tales. Rowan was known for his thoughtful insights and gentle humor, and he had a particular fondness for Lyra, often accompanying her on her explorations. "Evening, Lyra," he greeted, his voice as deep and soothing as the forest itself. "I see you've noticed our little light conundrum." "I have, Rowan," Lyra replied, her voice as soft as the breeze. "The lanterns seem troubled tonight. Do you think something's amiss?" Rowan nodded slowly, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Perhaps it's the fireflies. They might be unsettled by something in the forest. We should pay a visit to the Glimmering Grove." The Glimmering Grove was a hidden nook within the Whispering Woods, where fireflies gathered in their thousands, creating a mesmerizing dance of lights. It was a place few ventured, as it required a keen sense of direction and an understanding of the forest's whispers. With Rowan leading the way, Lyra felt a sense of excitement fluttering in her chest. The path to the grove was lined with towering trees whose leaves rustled softly, as if sharing secrets. The moon peeked through the canopy, casting a gentle glow on their path. As they neared the grove, a faint, melodic hum became audible, a symphony of nature's own making. The grove was a breathtaking sight, with orbs of light bobbing and weaving between the trees, their luminescence painting the night in soft hues of green and gold. But something was different. The fireflies seemed agitated, their usually harmonious dance disrupted by an unseen force. Lyra and Rowan paused at the edge of the grove, observing the scene with thoughtful eyes. "It's as if they're trying to tell us something," Lyra mused, kneeling to get a closer look at the small creatures. "Do you think they've lost their rhythm?" Rowan tilted his head, listening closely to the hum. Fireflies are sensitive to the balance of the forest. If something has disrupted their harmony, perhaps the answer lies not with them, but with the forest itself. Lyra nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. We should seek out the elder oak. Its roots run deep, and its wisdom is unmatched. The elder oak was an ancient tree, older than the village itself, whose branches stretched wide as if embracing the sky. It stood in the heart of the forest, a silent guardian of the secrets buried within the earth. The journey to the elder oak was peaceful, with the night creatures serenading them with a gentle chorus. When they arrived, the oak's presence was commanding, its trunk a tapestry of time and stories untold. Lyra placed her hand on the rough bark, feeling the tree's steady pulse. "Elder oak," she whispered, "can you share with us what troubles the fireflies?" A deep, resonant voice emerged from the rustling leaves, like the echo of 1,000 whispers. "The balance has been disturbed," the oak replied. "A new presence has entered the woods, one that is unaware of its impact." Lyra furrowed her brow in thought. A new presence? Could it be a creature or something else entirely? "The presence is of magic, unfamiliar and curious," the elder oak explained. "It does not intend harm, but must learn the ways of the forest." Rowan, with his keen sense of intuition, pondered aloud. "Perhaps it is a young spirit new to our woods, trying to find its place." Lyra's eyes brightened with understanding. "If we can find this spirit, maybe we can help it understand the forest's rhythms." With the elder oak's guidance, Lyra and Rowan set off to search for the young spirit. They followed a trail of shimmering stardust, a subtle clue left behind by the mystical presence. The trail led them to a small clearing, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center of the clearing hovered a tiny figure, its form translucent and shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. It was indeed a spirit, youthful and curious, its eyes wide with wonder. Lyra approached gently, her voice a soothing melody. "Hello, little one. We've come to help you understand our forest." The spirit blinked and smiled shyly, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "I am new here," it chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "Everything is so alive and vibrant. I didn't mean to cause any trouble." Rowan chuckled warmly. "You're not in trouble, dear spirit. The forest is just adjusting to your presence." With gentle patience, Lyra and Rowan explained the delicate balance of the forest, teaching the spirit how to move in harmony with the fireflies' dance and the song of the trees. The spirit listened intently, mimicking their guidance with earnest enthusiasm. As the night wore on, the spirit's movements became more fluid, its energy blending seamlessly with the forest's rhythm. The fireflies, sensing the change, resumed their graceful dance, their light brightening the night once more. Lyra watched in contentment as the spirit joined the fireflies, adding its own unique glow to the symphony of lights. The mystery of the dimming lanterns was solved, not by force or reprimand, but by understanding and friendship. With their task complete, Lyra and Rowan made their way back to Willow Hollow, their hearts light and their minds at peace. As they wandered through the village, the firefly lanterns glowed with renewed brilliance, casting a warm, comforting light over the cottages. "Thank you, Rowan," Lyra said softly, her voice carrying the weight of gratitude. "Your wisdom always guides us true." Rowan smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "And your kindness, Lyra, always finds a way to bring light to even the darkest corners." As they parted ways for the night, Lyra felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek, a reminder of the forest's enduring presence. She climbed into bed, the soft fabric enveloping her in warmth, and closed her eyes, her heart dancing with the fireflies and the newfound spirit. In Willow Hollow, peace reigned once more, and the whispering woods sang its lullabies, cradling the village in its gentle embrace. The mystery had brought them closer to the magic that surrounded them, reminding all who dwelled there of the beauty found in understanding and the simple joy of sharing the night with friends. And so, as the moonlight kissed the rooftops and the stars wove their stories across the night sky, Lyra drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft glow of fireflies and the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 30. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the whispering embrace of a vast, ancient forest, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, where the air tasted of honey and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees provided a soothing background melody. Yet, despite the warmth of her surroundings, Linnea often felt a curious gap in her heart, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. One soft morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the dew-kissed landscape, Linnea's grandmother, Ira, beckoned her to the heart of their cozy cottage. The air inside was rich with the scent of freshly baked bread and the comforting aroma of herbal tea. Ira's eyes, bright and wise, seemed to hold secrets as she sat Linnea down beside a crackling hearth. "My dear Linnea," Ira began, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves outside, "there is a legacy in our family, an ancient tradition that has been passed down through generations. You are now of the age to learn of it." With a flourish that seemed both mundane and magical, Ira produced an ornate wooden box from the shelves. The box was carved with intricate designs of leaves and swirling winds, and its surface felt warm under Linnea's fingertips, as if it had basked in countless sunrises. Inside the box lay a delicate necklace, the pendant a simple stone of deep, iridescent green. Linnea felt a tingling in her fingertips as she lifted it, a sensation of connection and warmth. Ira explained that the stone was known as the Heart of the Forest, a relic said to hold the spirit and wisdom of their ancestors. "This stone," Ira whispered, "is a guide. It will lead you to the roots of our heritage, but only if you listen with your heart." That night, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, Linnea donned the necklace. She closed her eyes and let the gentle hum of the village lull her into a dreamlike state. In her mind, she saw images of the forest, vivid and alive, calling her with a gentle insistence. The next day, Linnea set out towards the forest, the path beneath her feet soft and welcoming. The trees, ancient guardians of secrets untold, whispered to her in the language of rustling leaves and singing birds. She felt a sense of belonging, as if the very earth was welcoming her home. Deep within the forest, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and entwined with delicate vines. The air hummed with a serene energy, and Linnea felt the stone around her neck pulse gently, guiding her forward. As she approached, the air seemed to shimmer, and Linnea sensed the presence of her ancestors. They appeared not as ghosts, but as gentle impressions, figures of light and warmth. They spoke without words, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a soft embrace. Through their silent communion, Linnea learned of her ancestry, a lineage of caretakers of the land, bound by a covenant to protect the harmony between nature and her people. Her ancestors had been healers, storytellers, and keepers of peace, their lives a testament to the balance and serenity they cherished. Linnea realized that the yearning in her heart was a call to continue this legacy. She understood now that her place was not just in the village, but as a bridge between her community and the natural world that cradled them. With a newfound sense of purpose, Linnea returned to the village, her heart light and full. She shared her experiences with Era, who nodded with a knowing smile. Together, they began to weave the teachings of their ancestors into the fabric of village life, deepening the connection between the people and the land. As the days turned into seasons, the village thrived, bathed in the harmony and wisdom Linnea had brought back. The heart of the forest, now a symbol of unity, was passed down with reverence, a reminder of the enduring bond between past and present. And so, Linnea found her place, not just as a keeper of traditions, but as a nurturer of future legacies. Her journey had taught her that the stories of the past are not just echoes but living guides, leading us gently towards our true selves. With this awareness, Linnea drifted into sleep each night, cradled by the soft lullaby of the forest and the comforting knowledge that she belonged to something beautiful and eternal. The world outside the cottage window seemed to sigh in contentment, as if the very stars were singing a song of harmony, connecting her heart to the endless tapestry of her heritage. Story 31. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lumina. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to one another and the air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, there lay a hidden world. This world was not visible to those who hurried past, but to those who paused and listened, who felt the pulse of life beneath their feet. The wonders unveiled themselves. Among these wonders, nestled beneath the canopy of ancient oaks, was the Lantern of Lumina, a magical object said to hold the light of 1,000 stars. The lantern was crafted by the Elders of Light, a mystical folk who once wandered the earth, spreading wisdom and illuminating the darkest corners of the world. It was a beacon of hope and a guide for those who lost their way, for its glow could only be seen by the pure of heart and those in true need. Over time, the lantern was hidden deep within the woods, protected by nature itself, waiting for the one destined to find it. In the nearby village of Eldergrove, a gentle soul named Finn lived. Finn was known for his kindness and his affinity with nature. He could often be found tending the gardens or helping the elderly, his bright eyes always scanning the horizon as if searching for something just out of reach. Despite his contentment, there was a yearning within him, a whisper of adventure that stirred whenever he gazed towards the whispering woods. One crisp morning, as the first frost of winter began to lace the leaves, Finn's mother handed him a small basket filled with bread and honey. "Take this to Mrs. Thistle at the edge of the woods," she said, her voice soft and warm. "The forest can be tricky with the frost. Stay on the path, my dear." Finn nodded, his heart leaping at the chance to wander closer to the mysterious woods. The sun was a pale disk in the sky, casting a gentle light over the fields as Finn walked, the basket swinging at his side. The path to Mrs. Thistle's cottage was lined with brambles and wildflowers, their colors muted under the frost's touch. As he neared the edge of the forest, Finn paused, his gaze drawn to the shadows where the trees stood like silent sentinels. A chill breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it the faintest hint of laughter, like bells chiming softly in the distance. It was a sound both strange and familiar, tugging at something deep within him. With a sigh, he turned back to the path, reminding himself of his mother's advice. Mrs. Thistle's cottage soon came into view, a quaint little abode with smoke curling from the chimney and a garden that seemed to defy the winter chill. The elderly woman greeted him with a smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. They chatted for a while, and Finn shared stories of the village, his voice animated and bright. As he prepared to leave, Mrs. Thistle handed him a small pouch. "For your journey home," she said, her voice tinged with an enigmatic warmth. "And remember, the woods have their ways. Trust your heart, Finn." With the pouch tucked safely away, Finn began his walk back through the forest path. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of gold and amber. As he walked, he noticed something glimmering in the underbrush, a soft, pulsing light that seemed to beckon him closer. Curiosity piqued. Finn stepped off the path, his feet crunching softly on the frosted leaves. The light grew brighter, leading him deeper into the woods until he found himself standing before an ancient oak, its branches twisted and gnarled, forming a natural archway. Hanging from one of the branches was the lantern of Lumina, its glow gentle and inviting. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool metal of the lantern. In that moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the air charged with a sense of expectation. The lantern flickered, its light spilling out to bathe the clearing in a warm, soothing glow. As the light enveloped him, Finn felt a wave of peace wash over him. The whispering of the woods grew louder, forming words that danced around him in a soft, lilting melody. "Welcome, seeker of light," the voices sang, their tones weaving together like a tapestry of sound. "Your heart is pure, and your journey begins." With the lantern in hand, Finn felt a connection to the forest, as if he could understand its language, its stories. The path before him was no longer just a trail through the woods, but a journey into the heart of the world itself, where magic and reality intertwined. As Finn traveled deeper into the woods, he encountered creatures both wondrous and wise. There was Lila, the fox with eyes like emeralds, who guided him through the tangled underbrush, her laughter a melody that echoed through the trees. And there was Thistle the hare, who offered riddles that made Finn think and see the world in new ways. Together, they uncovered the mysteries of the whispering woods, each step revealing a new layer of the hidden world. They discovered pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the stars even during the day, and glades where time seemed to stand still, the air filled with the soft hum of ancient magic. Through these adventures, Finn's understanding of the world deepened. He learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. With each lesson, the light of the lantern grew brighter, its glow a testament to the wisdom and friendship he found along the way. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of dusk, Finn and his companions reached the heart of the woods. There, hidden within a circle of ancient stones, lay the source of the forest's magic, a crystal pool that shimmered with an inner light. As Finn approached, the lantern in his hand began to resonate with the pool's glow, their lights intertwining in a dance of shimmering brilliance. The voices of the woods rose in a chorus, their song a celebration of harmony and unity. In that moment, Finn understood the true purpose of his journey. It was not just to find the Lantern of Lumina, but to become a part of the world's magic, to carry its light within him and share it with others. The forest had chosen him not just as a seeker, but as a guardian of its secrets. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Finn dipped the lantern into the pool, allowing its light to merge with the water's glow. A wave of energy surged through the clearing, a pulse of life and light that echoed through the woods, awakening the magic in every tree, every leaf, every creature. As the forest sang its song of renewal, Finn felt a warmth spreading through him, a sense of belonging that filled every corner of his being. He knew that he was not alone, that the friendships he had forged and the lessons he had learned would guide him always. When he returned to the village, the lantern still glowed softly, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. Finn shared his stories with those who would listen, his words painting pictures of wonder and possibility. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery, its secrets safe in the heart of the forest. But for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, the path was always open, a journey waiting to unfold. And so, as the villagers gathered around their fires, listening to the tales of adventure and friendship, they felt the warmth of the Lantern of Lumina, its light a beacon of hope and connection, guiding them through the darkest nights. In the quiet of the night, as the world settled into a gentle slumber, Finn gazed out towards the forest, a soft smile playing on his lips. He knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in the lantern or the hidden world, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream and discover. And with that thought, he closed his eyes, the warmth of the forest wrapping around him like a comforting embrace, carrying him into a peaceful, enchanted sleep. Story 32. In the heart of a timeless forest, where the trees reached for the stars and the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a hidden realm known as the Whispering Glade. It was a place where the natural world and magic danced together in harmony, where each creature, from the tiniest beetle to the grandest stag, played a vital role in maintaining the balance of life. As the gentle fingers of dawn brushed the forest with hues of gold and pink, a soft murmur began to ripple through the leaves. This was the language of the forest, an ancient tongue spoken only by those who lived within its embrace. Among these inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Eldrin, whose shell was etched with patterns as intricate as the forest itself. Eldrin moved slowly, each step deliberate and measured, as he made his way to the center of the glade. There, a council was convening under the boughs of an ancient oak, its branches heavy with the whispers of countless seasons. The council gathered at the turning of each season, a tradition passed down through generations to ensure the forest remained in balance. Joining Eldrin were creatures of all kinds, a quick-witted squirrel named Bramble, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with each flutter of the leaves, and a wise old owl named Sylvan, who watched over the glade from his perch high above. The forest was alive with anticipation, for the winter's breath was approaching, a magical phenomenon that blanketed the glade in a silvery frost, preserving it through the cold months. It was a time of quiet reflection and preparation, when the creatures of the forest would retreat into warmth and safety. "Friends," Eldrin began, his voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the time has come for us to prepare for winter's breath. We must ensure that all in our forest are ready for the chill that comes with its embrace." Sylvan, his eyes wise and knowing, hooted softly. "The squirrels have gathered their acorns, and the bears have found their dens. Yet there are whispers of a disturbance in the east where the river runs swift and deep." Bramble nodded, his bushy tail flicking with concern. "I've heard it too. The water's song is troubled, as if something unseen stirs beneath its surface. Eldrin listened carefully, his mind turning over the possibilities. Then we must investigate. The river is the lifeblood of our forest. If it is in distress, so too are we. With a plan set, the council dispersed, each member tasked with gathering news and lending aid where they could. As Eldrin made his way toward the river, the forest around him seemed to hold its breath, the usual chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves muted in anticipation. The path to the river wound through a copse of ancient pines, their needles whispering secrets to the wind. As Eldrin approached the water's edge, he could see that Bramble's concerns were well-founded. The river, usually a clear ribbon of silver, was clouded and sluggish, its song a mournful dirge. Bramble was already there, darting along the riverbank, his sharp eyes scanning for any sign of the cause. "Eldrin," he called, "look here." The tortoise ambled over to where Bramble stood, peering down at the water. There, caught among the reeds, was a tangle of debris, fallen branches, leaves, and the remnants of an old nest, swept downstream by a recent storm. It was a blockage, preventing the river from flowing freely. "We must clear this," Eldrin said, his voice firm with resolve. "The river must run free for the forest to thrive." Together, the creatures of the forest gathered, deer and fox, otter and raccoon, all lending their strength and skill to the task. They worked with gentle care, untangling the mess and setting the river free once more. As the water began to flow smoothly again, a sense of relief swept through the glade, as tangible as the cool breeze that rustled the leaves. With their task complete, the creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak. Eldrin spoke, his heart full of gratitude. "Today, we have shown that together, we can overcome any challenge. Our forest thrives because we work as one." Sylvan nodded, his feathers rustling softly. As the seasons turn, so too does the wisdom of our ancestors guide us. In harmony, there is strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that their world was in balance once more. And so, nestled within the embrace of the whispering glade, the forest settled into the gentle embrace of winter's breath, cradled by the deep wisdom and enduring friendship of its inhabitants. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there was an old cobbler's shop that sat quietly at the end of a winding, cobbled lane. The shop was filled with the comforting scent of leather and beeswax, and its shelves were lined with shoes of every kind, from sturdy boots to delicate slippers. The cobbler himself was a kind and gentle man named Owen, whose hands were as skilled at crafting shoes as they were gentle in their touch. One chilly autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door swung open. A cool breeze swept in, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. In walked a young girl named Lily, her eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. She had always been fascinated by the cobbler's shop, drawn to its warm, inviting glow like a moth to a flame. "Good evening, Mr. Owen," Lily greeted with a shy smile, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I was wondering if you could help me with something special." Owen looked up from his workbench, his eyes twinkling behind his round spectacles. "Of course, my dear," he replied, setting aside a pair of half-finished boots. "What brings you here this evening?" With a touch of hesitation, Lily reached into her satchel and pulled out a pair of worn-looking shoes. "These belong to my grandmother," she explained, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "She always said they were special, but I never understood why." Owen took the shoes gently, examining them under the warm glow of the lantern. They were simple in appearance, with faded blue leather and scuffed soles, yet there was something about them that seemed to whisper secrets from the past. "These are very old," Owen mused, tracing a finger over the delicate stitching, "but I can sense there's more to them than meets the eye." Intrigued, Lily leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Do you think they could be magical?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Owen chuckled softly, his laughter like the gentle crackle of a fire. "Magic comes in many forms, my dear. Sometimes it is hidden in the most unexpected places." As the evening stretched into night, the cobbler set to work, tending to the shoes with the utmost care. With each stitch and polish, a subtle glow began to emanate from the leather, filling the room with a soft, ethereal light. Lily watched in awe, her heart fluttering with excitement. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, Lily returned to the shop to find the shoes transformed. They shimmered with an inner luminescence, as if filled with the light of 1,000 stars. "These shoes are indeed magical," Owen said with a knowing smile. "They will take you wherever you need to go, but only if you walk with a pure heart and open mind." With a heart full of gratitude, Lily slipped on the shoes, their warmth enveloping her like a gentle hug. She felt a tingling sensation spread through her feet and up her legs, as if the shoes were guiding her towards something wonderful. And so began Lily's journey, one that would lead her through enchanted forests, across babbling brooks, and over misty hills. Along the way, she met a host of charming characters, each with their own quirks and wisdom. First there was Jasper, the wise old owl, with feathers as soft as clouds, and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. He perched on a branch high above, his voice a soothing melody that drifted through the trees like a lullaby. "Remember, young one," Jasper advised, "the greatest magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself." Next she met Nia, a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for collecting acorns. Nia scampered alongside Lily, her laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Sometimes the smallest things hold the greatest treasures," Nia chirped, offering a glimmering acorn as a token of friendship. As Lily continued on her journey, she encountered a gentle river that sang a soft, rippling tune. Its waters were crystal clear, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Here she met Finn, the silver-scaled fish who danced gracefully beneath the surface, his movements as fluid as water. "The key to finding your way is to go with the flow," Finn advised, his voice a gentle whisper that echoed through the water. With each encounter, Lily's heart swelled with joy and her mind with newfound wisdom. She learned to listen to the world around her, to see the beauty in the simplest of things, and to cherish the friends she met along the way. But as the sun began to set on her journey, a great challenge lay before her. A towering mountain loomed in the distance, its peak shrouded in clouds. It was the final obstacle she must overcome, yet it seemed insurmountable. With a deep breath and a heart full of courage, Lily began her ascent. The path was steep and winding, each step testing her resolve. But as she climbed, she remembered the words of her friends: the journey, the small treasures, and the flow of life itself. Halfway up the mountain, Lily paused to catch her breath. The shoes which had guided her so far now seemed to whisper a gentle encouragement, and in that moment, she understood the true magic they held. Closing her eyes, Lily let go of her doubts and fears, allowing the wisdom she had gained to guide her. She listened to the rhythm of her heartbeat, the rustle of the wind, and the distant call of a bird. With each step, she felt lighter, as if the mountain itself was helping her along. Finally, as the moon rose high above, casting a silver glow over the land, Lily reached the summit. The view took her breath away, a tapestry of rolling hills, twinkling stars, and the soft glow of distant villages. It was a sight that filled her heart with peace and wonder. As she stood there, gazing out at the world, Lily understood that the true magic lay not in the shoes themselves, but in the journey they had taken her on. She had discovered the beauty of friendship, the power of wisdom, and the joy of following one's heart. With a heart full of gratitude, Lily made her way back to the village, her steps light and her spirit uplifted. The shoes, now a beloved companion, would always remind her of the magic that was possible when one embraced the journey with an open heart. And so, as the stars twinkled overhead and the village slept peacefully, Lily returned to the cobbler's shop. She thanked Owen for his kindness and wisdom, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. "Remember, Lily," Owen said with a gentle smile, "the magic is always within you." With those words echoing in her heart, Lily stepped out into the night, the shoes glowing softly with each step. She knew that wherever her journey took her next, she would carry the magic of discovery and wonder within her forever. And thus, in the warm embrace of the cobbler's shop, Lily's tale of magic and friendship came to a gentle, comforting close. The village slept on, cradled by the whispers of the woods and the soft glow of the moon, as the stars watched over them all. Story 34. In the heart of the whispering pines, where the trees swayed and murmured secrets to the wind, there lay a village untouched by the haste of the outside world. The village, cradled in the lap of verdant hills and crystal-clear streams, was a place of quiet wonder. It was here that the tale of young Mara began, a tale woven with threads of magic, friendship, and transformation. Mara was a gentle soul with eyes that mirrored the deep blue of the skies above her village. She had a curious mind and a heart open to the wonders around her. Her days were spent exploring the forest, where every rustling leaf and every babbling brook seemed to hold a story waiting to be discovered. Mara's closest companion on these adventures was a wise old tortoise named Tully, who had lived in the whispering pines for as long as anyone could remember. One misty morning, as the first rays of sun pierced through the canopy, Mara set off on another of her wanderings. The ground was soft underfoot, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and dew. Tully ambled beside her, his shell glistening with droplets that caught the light like tiny jewels. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest than they had ever dared before. As they walked, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and older, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The air was thick with the scent of ancient wood and moss. It was here, in the heart of the forest, that Mara stumbled upon something extraordinary, a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering with hues of silver and gold. Curiosity piqued. Mara approached the tree, her fingers brushing against its luminescent bark. A tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and she felt a warmth enveloping her. It was then that she noticed a small, intricately carved door at the base of the tree, hidden among the roots. "Mara, do you sense it?" Tully's voice broke the silence, his eyes wide with awe. "This is no ordinary tree. There is magic here." With a nod of agreement, Mara knelt down and carefully opened the door. Inside, she found a small, ornate box, its surface adorned with delicate engravings of leaves and stars. The box felt warm in her hands, and as she opened it, a soft golden light spilled forth, casting a gentle glow around them. Within the box lay a pendant, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, with a single brilliant gemstone at its center. As Mara held it, she felt a connection, as if the pendant was somehow meant for her. Tully watched quietly, his wise eyes filled with understanding. "This is a gift, Mara," he said softly, "a gift that will guide you on a journey of discovery." Mara slipped the pendant around her neck, feeling its comforting weight against her heart. As she did, a wave of warmth and calm washed over her, and she knew that this was the beginning of something wondrous. Days turned into weeks, and Mara began to notice changes within herself. The pendant seemed to awaken a new awareness, allowing her to perceive the subtle dances of nature around her, the songs of the wind, the whispers of the leaves, the stories carried by the streams. She found herself more attuned to the world, her senses heightened, her heart more open than ever before. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, Mara sat by a gently flowing stream, lost in thought. The water babbled softly, and the pendant glowed faintly against her skin. It was then that she heard a voice, soft and melodic, carried on the breeze. "Seek the hidden world, Mara, the world within the world you know." Startled, Mara looked around, but there was no one in sight. Only the trees and the stream kept her company. Yet the voice lingered in her mind, a gentle nudge urging her to explore further, to delve deeper into the mysteries of the whispering pines. With Tully by her side, Mara set off once more, her heart filled with anticipation and a sense of purpose. The forest seemed to welcome her, the trees parting to reveal hidden paths and secret glades. It was as if the very essence of the forest had come alive, guiding her steps, urging her onward. As they journeyed, Mara and Tully encountered wonders beyond imagination. A grove of trees whose leaves shimmered like silver in the moonlight, a meadow carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in the dark, and a waterfall cascading into a pool of crystal-clear water that sparkled with its own inner light. Yet, it was not just the beauty of these places that captured Mara's heart. It was the feeling of connection, of belonging, that resonated within her. She felt as though she was a part of something greater, a tapestry of life woven with threads of magic and wonder. Their journey eventually led them to a hidden valley, a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the songs of birds. Here, in this secret world, Mara discovered a community unlike any she had ever known, a village of gentle, kind-hearted folk who lived in harmony with the land and its magic. The villagers welcomed Mara and Tully with open arms, their faces alight with warmth and kindness. It was here that Mara met Leora, a spirited girl with fiery red hair and a laugh that rang like music. Despite their differences, the two quickly became friends, bound by a shared love for adventure and discovery. As the days passed, Mara learned from the villagers, absorbing their wisdom and their way of life. She discovered that the pendant she had found was a key, a symbol of connection to the hidden world and its wonders. It was a reminder of the magic that existed within and around her. Under the guidance of the villagers, Mara honed her newfound abilities, learning to listen with her heart and see with her soul. She discovered that the world was a living, breathing entity, filled with stories waiting to be told, if only one knew how to listen. Through her friendship with Leora, Mara learned the value of trust and understanding, of seeing beyond appearances to the heart within. Together they ventured into the depths of the forest, uncovering secrets and solving mysteries, their bond growing stronger with each shared adventure. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Mara and Leora came upon a grove of ancient trees, their branches heavy with snow. It was here that they discovered an enchanted mirror, its surface reflecting not their faces, but their true selves, their hopes, their dreams, their fears. The mirror revealed to Mara her own journey of transformation, the growth she had undergone since she first found the pendant. It showed her the strength she had gained, the wisdom she had acquired, and the love that had blossomed within her heart. In that moment, Mara understood the true gift of the pendant. It was a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the magic and wonder that existed within her, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of the world. With a heart full of gratitude, Mara returned to the village, her spirit light and her soul at peace. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still mysteries to explore and wonders to discover. But she also knew that she was not alone, that she had friends who would stand by her, guiding her steps and sharing in her adventures. As the snow continued to fall, blanketing the forest in a soft, white embrace, Mara sat by the fire, her heart warm with the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The village, with its gentle folk and hidden wonders, had become her home, a place of magic and love where dreams could flourish and friendships could grow. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Pines, Mara's story continued, a tale of magic and wonder, of friendship and transformation, woven with the threads of love and hope. It was a story that would be told for generations, a reminder of the beauty that lay hidden within the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As the fire crackled softly and the wind whispered through the trees, Mara closed her eyes, her heart filled with peace and joy. She knew that the journey was just beginning, that there were still stories to be told, adventures to be had, and wonders to be discovered. And with her friends by her side and the magic of the Whispering Pines in her heart, she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. And so, under the starlit sky and the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow and the magic of the world around her. The story of Mara and the hidden world of the Whispering Pines was far from over. It was only the beginning of a new chapter in a tale of wonder and enchantment that would continue to unfold, guided by the light of friendship and the beauty of the world. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled at the foot of the emerald green highlands, there stood a quaint village wrapped in a gentle mist that seemed to whisper secrets of old. The village was known for its comforting embrace of nature, where the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing symphony for all who lived there. In this village, young Rowan lived with her grandmother. Their cottage, with its thatched roof and warm, glowing windows, was a haven of love and laughter. Rowan's grandmother often spoke of their ancestors, weaving tales of courage and wisdom as they sat by the fireplace, its flames casting a gentle dance of light and shadows across the room. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Rowan's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer under the flickering light. "This," her grandmother said, her voice a soft melody, "holds the legacy of our family. It is time for you to discover who we are." Rowan opened the box with reverent curiosity. Inside lay a delicate pendant, shaped like a leaf, its veins traced in silver so fine it seemed spun from moonlight. Alongside it was an ancient scroll, its parchment yellowed with age, wrapped in a ribbon as red as autumn berries. With her grandmother's gentle encouragement, Rowan unfurled the scroll. The faded ink described a tradition long forgotten by many, the Festival of the Whispering Winds. It was a celebration held when the first snow kissed the earth, honoring the connection between the villagers and the spirits of the forest. The pendant, according to the scroll, was a key to unlocking the wisdom of their ancestors, a symbol of unity and understanding. Rowan felt a tingle of anticipation, a sense of belonging that wrapped around her like a warm woolen shawl. She decided to learn more about this festival, to rekindle the spirit of her heritage. The next morning, the village awoke to a pristine blanket of snow, each flake a tiny miracle glistening in the early light. Rowan donned her warmest cloak and set out into the forest, the pendant resting over her heart, its cool touch a comforting reminder of her quest. The forest was a place of serene beauty, with towering pines that swayed gently in the breeze, their branches whispering secrets to one another. The air was crisp and clean, filling Rowan's lungs with a sense of vitality and purpose. As she walked, she noticed the tracks of woodland creatures, a delicate tapestry woven into the snow. Deep within the forest, Rowan discovered a clearing where the sunlight broke through the canopy, casting a golden glow upon the earth. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and twisted, its roots embracing the land like an old friend. Rowan approached the tree and placed her hand upon its rough bark. She closed her eyes, and in that moment she felt a connection, a pulse of life that coursed through her, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. The pendant grew warm against her chest, and she knew she was not alone. Guided by an inexplicable sense of direction, Rowan began to arrange the stones scattered around the clearing, forming a circle as described in the scroll. As she worked, she sang softly, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, its melody weaving through the trees like a gentle breeze. As dusk fell, the circle was complete, and Rowan stood back to admire her work. The clearing seemed to hum with energy, the air shimmering with anticipation. She placed the pendant in the center of the circle, its silver veins catching the last rays of the setting sun. Suddenly, a gentle wind stirred, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the faint echo of voices. Rowan listened, her heart open and eager, and the whispers spoke of love, courage, and the strength found in unity. They spoke of the villagers who had come before her, their lives intertwined with the land and each other. In that moment, Rowan understood the lesson of the Festival of the Whispering Winds. It was a reminder of the bonds that tied them all together, the importance of cherishing their heritage and each other. The pendant was not just a relic, but a beacon of hope and continuity. As the whispers faded, Rowan felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She knew she had found her place within the tapestry of her family's legacy, a thread woven into the rich fabric of the past and the promising future. With renewed purpose, Rowan returned to the village, the pendant glowing softly in the moonlight. She shared her discovery with her grandmother and the villagers, who embraced the revival of their tradition with open hearts and joyous celebration. That winter, as the snowflakes danced in the midnight sky, the village gathered in the clearing. They sang songs of old, their voices rising with the wind, a harmonious tribute to their ancestors and the land that bound them. The Festival of the Whispering Winds had come alive once more, a legacy preserved and cherished, a tradition of unity and love. And so, as the fire crackled warmly and the stars twinkled above, Rowan felt the gentle embrace of her heritage, a legacy that would forever guide her steps and fill her heart with peace. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the wind and the brook bubbled a tuneful melody, lay the village of Glimmer Hollow. The cottages in Glimmer Hollow were snug and inviting, with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out curls of smoke like contented sighs. It was a place where magic lingered gently, like the scent of lavender on a summer breeze. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, known for her keen eyes and curious nature. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes like clear morning skies, Lila spent her days exploring the woods, gathering wildflowers, and listening to the tales spun by the elders around the hearth. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced their fiery farewell to the trees, a peculiar event unfolded in Glimmer Hollow. The villagers awoke to find that the dewdrops, usually clear and twinkling like tiny stars on the grass, were mysteriously shimmering in shades of gold and silver. The sight was beautiful, yet puzzling, and whispers of wonder spread through the village like ripples in a pond. Lila, ever inquisitive, decided to uncover the mystery of the golden dew. She gathered her woolen cloak and set off into the woods, where the air was crisp and the ground was cushioned with a tapestry of fallen leaves. Her first stop was the home of the wise old owl, Eldrick, who resided in an ancient oak tree. Eldrick was known for his vast knowledge and kindly spirit. As Lila approached, the owl blinked his great amber eyes and hooted a soft greeting. "Ah, little Lila," he said in a voice as smooth as honey. "What brings you to my branch this fine day?" Lila explained the strange occurrence, and Eldrick listened, nodding sagely. "It is said," he began, "that when the dew changes its color, the forest is preparing for something extraordinary. Perhaps the answer lies with the sprites of the brook." Thanking Eldrick for his wisdom, Lila made her way to the brook, where the water sang over smooth stones and the brook sprites played. These mischievous, glimmering creatures were known for their playful nature and their love of sparkling things. As Lila approached, the sprites paused in their frolic to greet her with chimes of laughter. At their center stood their leader, a sprite named Nixie, whose hair shimmered like moonlight on water. Lila asked them about the golden dew, and Nixie considered her question with twinkling eyes. "The dew carries a message," Nixie said, her voice as musical as the brook itself. "A message from the heart of the forest. But to understand it, you must listen to the whispers of the wind in the whispering woods." With a grateful heart, Lila continued her journey, her path guided by the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the wind began to sing a soft, haunting melody. It was a song of harmony and balance, of the forest's ancient rhythms. Closing her eyes, Lila listened intently, allowing the song to fill her senses. She began to understand that the golden dew was a sign of the forest's joy, celebrating a rare event, the blooming of the moonflower. The moonflower was a magical blossom that bloomed only once in a generation, its petals glowing with a silvery light. It was said to bring peace and prosperity to the land, a gift from the heart of the forest itself. Eager to witness this wonder, Lila followed the song to a secluded glade bathed in dappled sunlight. There, amidst a ring of ancient trees, stood the moonflower, its petals unfurling in a radiant display. The air was filled with a fragrance like sweet vanilla and fresh rain, a scent that wrapped around Lila like a warm embrace. As she gazed at the blossom, Lila understood the message of the golden dew, that sometimes the world around us speaks in whispers and signs, and it is up to us to listen with open hearts and minds. Returning to the village, Lila shared her discovery with the villagers, who gathered in awe to witness the blooming moonflower. Eldrick the owl perched nearby, nodding with approval, while the brook sprites danced in shimmering circles of delight. That night, as the village celebrated under a canopy of twinkling stars, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the forest, with its gentle magic and ageless wisdom, held many secrets yet to be uncovered. But for now, the mystery of the golden dew had been solved, leaving behind a lesson of wonder and the importance of listening to the world around us. And so, with hearts full of joy and the gentle promise of new adventures ahead, the villagers of Glimmer Hollow slipped into a peaceful slumber, the moonflower's glow watching over them like the kindest of guardians, ensuring that their dreams were filled with only the softest of enchantments. Story 37. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terrak, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terrak, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a quiet forest nestled between towering mountains, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. Hazel was a curious creature, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops and ears that twitched at the slightest sound. She spent her days hopping through the undergrowth, exploring the hidden wonders of her woodland home. One sunny morning, as Hazel was nibbling on a juicy dandelion, she noticed a peculiar glimmer in the distance. Intrigued, she followed the shimmering light, weaving through the ferns and ducking under low-hanging branches, until she found herself before an ancient oak tree. At the base of the trunk, half buried in the moss, was a small glass bottle, its contents swirling with a dazzling golden liquid. Hazel's heart raced with excitement. She had never seen anything quite like this before. Carefully, she nudged the bottle with her paw, and it rolled free from the earth, its contents sparkling in the dappled sunlight. Hazel couldn't resist. She leaned forward and took a cautious sniff. The liquid emanated a sweet, earthy scent that filled her senses with a warmth she had never known. Suddenly, the bottle began to glow brighter, and Hazel felt a strange tingling sensation spreading through her body. Before she could react, the world around her seemed to shift and blur, and she found herself shrinking rapidly, the forest floor rushing up to meet her. When the dizziness subsided, Hazel blinked in amazement. The once towering trees now appeared as a vast, ancient woodland, their twisted roots forming sprawling pathways and their canopies creating a verdant ceiling high above. She had become small enough to explore a hidden world within the forest itself. Overcome with a sense of wonder, Hazel set off on an adventure, her tiny paws pattering across the mossy ground. She marveled at the intricate patterns of fungi and lichen that decorated the fallen branches, and she gazed in awe at the bustling cities of insects and other miniature creatures that thrived in this secret realm. As she wandered deeper into the undergrowth, Hazel encountered a band of brave mice who had also stumbled upon the enchanted liquid. They welcomed her warmly, and soon she found herself part of their close-knit community, sharing stories and foraging for delicious morsels. Together, they explored the wonders of the hidden forest, discovering hidden glades where glowworms twinkled like tiny lanterns and crystal-clear streams bubbled over smooth pebbles. They learned to navigate the treacherous terrain, avoiding the sharp thorns and venomous mushrooms that posed dangers to creatures of their size. One day, as they were resting in the shade of a fern frond, Hazel and her new friends overheard a commotion in the distance. Following the sounds of distress, they came upon a family of field mice trapped beneath a fallen twig, their tiny voices calling out for help. Without hesitation, Hazel and her companions sprang into action. They worked tirelessly, using their combined strength to roll the twig away and free the trapped mice. As the grateful family emerged, shaken but unharmed, Hazel felt a swell of pride and purpose. She had discovered a hidden strength within herself, a determination to protect and care for those in need. From that day on, Hazel became a champion of the small and vulnerable, using her courage and resourcefulness to navigate the perils of the miniature world. She and her friends formed a tight-knit band, always ready to lend a helping paw or offer shelter to those in distress. As the seasons changed and the forest transformed around them, Hazel found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. She learned to appreciate the beauty in the smallest details, from the delicate veins of a fallen leaf to the intricate patterns of a spider's web. She discovered the value of patience and perseverance as they faced challenges and overcame obstacles together. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves began to turn and the air grew crisper, Hazel stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the vibrant foliage was a tiny door, carved into the base of a sturdy oak tree. Curiosity piqued. She approached cautiously, her whiskers twitching with anticipation. As she peered through the doorway, Hazel found herself transported to a realm of wonder and enchantment. Beyond the threshold lay a bustling village, populated by a community of woodland creatures unlike any she had ever seen. Fairies flitted among the mushroom houses, their delicate wings shimmering with iridescent hues, while gnomes tended to their meticulously tended gardens, coaxing forth vibrant blooms and plump vegetables. Hazel was immediately welcomed by the friendly inhabitants, who marveled at her tales of adventure and her journey of self-discovery. They shared with her the secrets of their magical world, teaching her the ancient arts of woodland crafts and the power of nature's boundless magic. As the seasons turned once more, Hazel found herself torn between her newfound home and the world she had known before. But in her heart, she knew that her true calling lay in the hidden realms, where she could share her wisdom and continue to grow and learn alongside her extraordinary friends. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her old life, promising to return and share the wonders she had discovered. Embracing her new role as a guardian of the forest's secrets, Hazel embarked on a lifelong journey of exploration and discovery, her spirit forever transformed by the magic that had touched her life. And so, in the quiet corners of the woodland, where the veil between the seen and unseen worlds grows thin, whispers still circulate of the brave little rabbit who found her true self among the hidden wonders of nature. Her story serves as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve great things when they open their hearts to the magic that surrounds them. Story 39. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there was a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched rooftops, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers. In this village lived a gentle soul named Lyndon, a young lad with a heart as tender as a spring blossom. Lyndon had always been content in his quiet life, tending to his small garden and caring for the village's beloved doves. Yet, as the seasons turned, a stirring began within him, a restlessness akin to the first flutter of a butterfly's wings. Change was upon him, and though he felt its gentle nudge, he was unsure of its purpose or direction. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves swirled around him like a living carousel, Lyndon took a stroll through the forest. The canopy above was a mosaic of fiery reds and oranges, filtering sunlight into a gentle glow that warmed the forest floor. As he walked, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a trunk so wide it seemed to embrace the earth. Its branches were home to a myriad of creatures, and beneath its roots lay a hollow filled with the softest moss. Feeling an inexplicable pull, Lyndon sat by the oak, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns of its bark. As he did so, he noticed a soft rustling, and from the shadowed hollow emerged a tiny, iridescent creature, a fairy with wings that shimmered like dewdrops at dawn. "Greetings, young one," the fairy sang, her voice a melody of wind chimes. "I am Aisling, keeper of the forest's dreams." Lyndon, though astonished, felt an immediate warmth from Aisling's presence. "Hello," he replied softly. "I am Lyndon. I feel lost in my own life, uncertain of the changes stirring within me." Aisling's eyes, deep as the forest night, twinkled with understanding. "Change is the soul's way of unfolding its wings," she said. "But fear not. for with each step you will find the strength within. With a gentle wave of her hand, Aisling conjured a small, luminous orb that hovered between them. "This is the seed of transformation," she explained. "Plant it with care, and it shall guide you on your journey." Linden took the orb, feeling its warmth seep into his skin, a comforting promise of things to come. He thanked Aisling, and with newfound resolve, returned to Willowbrook. Back in his garden, Linden dug a small hole in the earth, nestled the orb within, and covered it with soil. Day by day, he tended to the spot, watering it with diligence, his heart slowly opening to the possibilities of change. As the days passed, a sapling pushed through the soil, growing steadily under Linden's watchful eye. Each morning he noticed something different about it, a new leaf, a stronger stem, as if the tree mirrored the transformations within him. The village folk, curious about this magical tree, often stopped to admire it, offering words of encouragement to Linden. Among them was Maeve, a wise elder with a heart as warm as her smile. She often shared tales of her own journey, her voice a soothing balm to Linden's uncertainties. "Change," she would say, "is like the river's flow, constant and full of hidden wonders. Embrace its current, and you shall find your true course." With Maeve's guidance and the support of his friends, Linden began to recognize the beauty in each day, the strength in his own heart. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, the stories held in the rustling leaves, and found comfort in the rhythm of life around him. As winter's chill gave way to the gentle breath of spring, the sapling had grown into a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with blossoms that danced in the breeze. Linden, too, had blossomed, his soul vibrant with newfound courage and wisdom. One evening, as the sky blushed with the setting sun, Aisling reappeared beneath the tree's boughs. "You have grown, dear Linden," she said, her voice a song of the stars. "You have embraced the change within you, and in doing so you have transformed." Linden smiled, his heart light and free. "I have learned," he replied, "that change is not to be feared, but embraced. It is a journey of discovery, revealing the beauty within and around us." With a gentle nod, Aisling spread her wings, shimmering with the colors of the twilight. "Remember, dear one, that transformation is an endless dance of life. Cherish each step, for it leads you to the heart of your true self." As Aisling vanished into the evening sky, Linden felt a profound peace settle within him. He looked at his tree, its blossoms glowing softly in the fading light, a symbol of the journey he had undertaken. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, Linden found his place, his soul in harmony with the ever-changing world. The village continued to thrive, its people nurtured by the strength and beauty of their own transformations, each day a new chapter in the story of life. In the gentle embrace of the forest, Linden learned that change is not an ending, but a beginning, a path to the magical transformation of the soul. And under the starlit sky, he whispered a quiet thank you to the universe for the journey that had led him home. Story 40, Story 41, Story 42, Story 43, Story 44. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 45. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Farovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Farovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Story 55. Story 56. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Story 58. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 59. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits. glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the Elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the Elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun. but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Eowyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Eowyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Eowyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods. A wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the Whispering Woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and a particular fondness for stories that spoke of magic and wonder. Lila's favorite place was the village's small yet enchanting library, where she spent many afternoons among the dust-mottled shelves, lost in tales of faraway lands. One breezy autumn day, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Lila discovered a book unlike any she had seen before. It was tucked away in a forgotten corner, its cover worn with age but shimmering subtly in the dim light. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, and to her amazement, a delicate silver key slipped from its pages, landing softly on the wooden floor with a gentle chime. The librarian, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes named Mrs. Wren, noticed Lila's find. "Ah," she said, her voice smooth as honey, "you've discovered the key of whispers. It is said to unlock secrets that lie beneath the surface of what we perceive." With Mrs. Wren's encouragement, Lila took the key home, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. That night, as moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Lila examined the key closely. It felt warm in her hand, almost alive, whispering promises of hidden wonders. The following morning, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off on a path through the woods behind her home. She walked for some time, guided by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak with a gnarled trunk and sprawling branches. At its base, half buried beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, lay a small, intricately carved wooden door, just the right size for the key. Holding her breath, Lila inserted the silver key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by warm, flickering lights. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Lila descended into the unknown. At the bottom, she found herself in a vast, underground chamber filled with an array of curious objects. A globe that spun on its own, a harp playing a soft, melodic tune, and jars of swirling colors that danced in their containers. But it was the mirror at the far end of the room that caught her attention. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the morning sun. As Lila approached, the mirror's reflection began to shift, showing not her own image, but a scene of the village she so dearly loved. However, in the reflection, the village was dull and colorless, the joy and life seemingly drained away. Beside the mirror stood two peculiar figures. The first, a tiny plump gnome with a bushy beard and a perpetual grin, introduced himself as Binkle. The second, a slender, graceful fairy whose wings sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, was named Era. "Welcome, Lila," Binkle said with a jovial tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This mirror reveals the heart of Willowbrook. It seems your village is in need of a little magic." Ira nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Something has dimmed the spirit of Willowbrook, and only someone with a pure heart and wise mind can restore its light." Layla, feeling a sense of purpose welling within her, asked, "How can I help?" "The answer lies in understanding," Ira replied. "You must learn to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the world around you." With their guidance, Lila embarked on a journey through the chamber, each object a lesson in perception and insight. The globe taught her that the world is interconnected, each action creating ripples that affect the whole. The harp revealed the harmony in diversity, where different notes blend to create a beautiful melody. The jars of colors showed her the beauty in differences, how each shade adds to the richness of life. As Lila absorbed these lessons, the mirror's reflection began to change, colors slowly seeping back into the village scene. Yet, there was still a lingering shadow, a reminder of something unresolved. Binkle and Ira encouraged Lila to look deeper, to find the source of the shadow. With newfound wisdom, she realized the shadow was born of misunderstandings and fears that had crept into the hearts of the villagers, causing them to lose sight of the kindness and unity that once defined their home. Determined to dispel the shadow, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she began sharing the lessons she had learned. She spoke with her neighbors, fostering conversations that brought to light hidden fears and misconceptions. Slowly, understanding blossomed, like a garden nurtured by the warmth of the sun. As the villagers opened their hearts, the shadow began to lift, and the mirror in the chamber below the oak reflected a vibrant, lively Willowbrook once more. The air was filled with laughter, and the village thrummed with the gentle pulse of community and love. With her mission complete, Lila returned to the ancient oak, where Binkle and Ira awaited her. The silver key glowed warmly in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the changes she had inspired. "You have done well, Lila," Ira said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within the heart, in kindness and understanding." Binkle added with a wink, "And never forget the wonders that can be found when you dare to look beyond." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, knowing that their lessons would stay with her always. As she walked back to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The silver key, now a cherished keepsake, found its place on Lila's bedside table, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that began with a single, unexpected discovery. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of friendship and the promise of new wonders cocooned her in a comforting embrace, the whispers of magic echoing softly in her dreams. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home. Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. Look closely, child, and you may find your answer. Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. Perhaps this is the key to our mystery, she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. This key matches the music box in the clock tower, he said, eyes widening with realization. I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell. With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira. The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. Thank you, Pippin, Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. We solved the mystery together. Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. It was your heart that led the way, Mira. And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. Greetings, little one, Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. I sense your unease with the changing tides. Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval. Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal. Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. Behold the beauty of transformation, he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. This is no ordinary tree, Oakley explained. It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy. Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Lila lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart. a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods. her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the whispering woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the lantern of kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the whispering woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary. Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. But Bramble, piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle. What happens if the balance is disturbed? Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Balance is delicate, dear Thistle, he explained, but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures. With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," Wap the Wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees.